what he does might be controversial, but
I get
he
it.
knows how to ride that line. He knows how to walk that line pretty well. Somehow it'll be when people sneak up on him. Sometimes that'll be the strike. You know?
Right.
But yeah, he has he's streaming on Rumble these days.
Is he still with that girl?
I don't know. There's a girl I believe he might be with somebody, but I don't know if it's not the same girl as. I'm not sure. Honestly, I think he has a girlfriend at the moment, but he's a lot better about keeping his mouth closed about his personal life than Cyberpunk. So everybody knows he's had like 4 girlfriends in the last 3 weeks. You know what I mean?
Wow, that guy gets laid.
Bro, they're all trolls, or one of them was that Anaconda symbol. The whole thing. So,
Who's Anaconda? Who's Anaconda Sins?
bro, she's a low cat. She's another. I mean, there's a big difference between what you do, which is you're online all the time, but you're not a degenerate.
Well, thank you.
That's the thing. That's the thing. You know what I mean? Like there are too many degenerates who are very proud of who they are. They stream and stuff. They put themselves on the internet. You're eccentric, sure, but that's honestly nothing bad by any means. I find that fascinating and cool. It plays into the character. You are no degenerate, not by any measure of the word. You know what I mean? You're a good guy. So, like, ultimately, it's the people who are either trolling him or he did date someone who's also kind of a well-known degenerate. Or at the very least, the things she has said. But she's also mentally handicapped, so it's like perhaps she's been tricked into saying things. I'm not trying to make excuses for people, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, when people act like degenerates on that, that's what I'm talking about. It's completely different than just being a student.
Welcome.
Methods of attracting attention I've ever seen. Welcome.
How are you, big dog?
Senior.
What's good?
What am I?
Hope you're living the dream. What's good? How's life in your neck of the woods? We're happy you're here, Darren. Welcome. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Do you know who I am, Darren? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Do you know my story? Oh, yeah, and I show speed? Amazing. Well, I want you to know that I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming on YouTube 24/7 for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has ever uploaded to the internet in global history. It's extremely exciting what we talk about. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, mind uploading, data harvesting. We talk about life extension technology, dark energy. We talk about dark matter. We talk about geothermal energy. We talk about nuclear energy. We talk about fission energy, fusion energy. You name it, we talk about it. We talk about alien disclosure. We talk about some really exciting things. And I want you to know, Darren Watkins, I'm glad that you're here. Welcome. We're listening to... Go ahead, man. I appreciate it. You're in the States, Bill? Yeah, dog. Which state? I'm based out of California. I'm based out of Los Angeles area, if you know what Irvine is. Oh, LA. Word. We stream all kinds of interesting stuff. We're watching a 35-part series on the history of China. I really like China, and I'm fascinated with it. So we're watching that, and we're streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Discord, Telegram, you name it, we're streaming on it. So enjoy yourself. I'm always live, so feel free to chill, or if you have something to do, go do it, but come back when you have time. We love having you here.
Okay, like I might take your today.
Excellent. Well, here's the thing. When you're bored, come back to this Discord and we'll say hi, okay? And we'll become friends.
Okay, bro.
Excellent, Darren.
So,
I look forward to being your friend.
I've been seeing you like on Guinness.
Absolutely. I'm live in his Discord right now. I'm going to blow up, Darren. I'm going to go viral. And when we do, we're going to make sure all of your hopes and dreams get taken care of. We're going to take care of your friends and family. We're going to make them wealthier than they ever imagined so that they can start charities to help other people.
I know. Okay.
Dope as shit, man.
Right now, I want to go to Speed Server, bro.
Okay, go to Speed Server, man.
I might tee up like
Absolutely. Come back here whenever you have time, okay? And we'll say hi.
yeah. Okay, bro.
Peace, Darren.
See you later, bro.
Take care, buddy. Pleasure to meet you. Shout out to Darren. Be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
Secondary status takes on even greater expression. There are legal changes. The emergence of the practice of foot binding is a physical marker of the restraint of women. But women are excluded from the exams, and that, of course, takes out half the population to begin with. The second most significant group, numerically speaking, is merchants. If you make your living as a merchant, if you make your living by buying and selling things, if that's how you are registered in the population registries, you, your sons, your grandsons are all banned from taking the examinations. This has to do with the Confucian value system, which assigns a degree of sort of social utility to different kinds of people. The sure, the gentlemen, are at the top of the hierarchy because they manage the affairs of society. Their social utility is at the most. It's at the maximum. Farmers, peasants are the next group because they produce the food which everyone needs to survive. Artisans, handicraft workers are next because while they don't produce food, they make things that are of use to everybody. Merchants are at the bottom because they don't produce anything themselves. They don't grow food. They don't make objects of utility. What they do is take things that other people have produced, move them around, and enrich themselves in the process. So they're seen in the Confucian system as being in a sort of socially parasitic role. They do perform a social function, but it's one which is tainted. It's morally less acceptable because they enrich themselves from the production of others. So merchants are excluded from taking the examinations, merchants and their descendants. And then there's some other minor groups similar to ones we've mentioned earlier, actors, people who work with dead bodies, leather workers for various reasons. But these are relatively small groups of people. The great majority of Chinese are eligible to take the exams, but in practice, to have the kind of education, to have the kind of knowledge, to even get in the door at the examination compound requires the devotion of time and mental energy and resources, which most Chinese simply cannot afford. Peasant families, artisan families who need all the labor power at their disposal simply to survive, simply to generate enough income to feed themselves and house themselves and clothe themselves from year to year. They can't afford to take a son and say, just go sit and study. That's fine. The rest of us will do the work. That's just not viable for most families. Only this top 5 or 6% of society has the resources to allow a son or more than one son to study sufficiently to have a chance to pass the exams. Okay, so legally, it's a very open system. The vast majority, probably 85-90% of the Chinese people the male Chinese population could take part in the exams, but in practice, the practical bar to getting into the examination system is very, very high, and only a very small proportion of the population can really take part in this. Now, the examination culture, what do the exams test? What goes on in the examination culture? This has to do with sort of an extension of the Confucian revival that we saw under Han Yu. The exams test the candidate's mastery of a body of Confucian writing, historical texts, classical literature. You need to be able to cite texts from memory. You need to be able to apply those texts to questions of government or administration. You also need to be able to compose poetry. You need to be able to write in an elegant literary style. All these things come into play. They're all part of the qualifications that the examination system is designed to test. Now, the centrality of this, what John Chafee has called the examination culture, the centrality of this to Chinese civilization in the Song and from the Song on for the next 1,000 years, it's hard to overstate it. This becomes the most critical cultural enterprise that educated Chinese participate in. Because it's so central, because it's so important, it engenders a kind of identity crisis, and it leads Chinese intellectuals, particularly in the course of the 11th century, to question their place in society, their role in the world, what they should do with the power which the examination system has brought to them. And we'll look at some of the answers that they come up with, some of the ways in which they respond to those questions in the next lecture. Last time we were talking about the emergence of the examination system in the early Song dynasty and the central role that it comes to play in the recruitment of individuals to work in government service, but also in elite culture. The examination system becomes the central institution, the central sort of cultural framework for the ideas, even the artistic practices that educated gentlemen participated in. This begins in the Song, particularly in the 11th century, and remains the case. This remains sort of the cultural universe for educated people in China, right on down to the beginning of the 20th century. The 11th century, the first century of this period where the examinations are so important, becomes a great age of intellectual ferment. In some ways, it's almost the richest period in Chinese intellectual history and the developments in Chinese thought since the Warring States period, since the age of Confucius and Lao Tzu and Mencius and Zhuangzi and Mozi and all the various individuals we talked about at that time. The 11th century is when the shi, the educated gentleman, the literati, as we now translate the term shi, went through a process of self-realization, self-development, self-awareness, where they asked themselves and each other about what their role in the world, in government, in society, in culture, what that role was, what they should do with the power which they found themselves possessing. As the examination system became such an important feature of recruitment into government service, these guys basically came to the realization or came to the recognition that by participating in educated life, by being educated themselves, by being learned individuals, that they had access to, they were part of, they participated in a system of governance and a social leadership. And so they took this very seriously. They accepted this as a heavy responsibility. And they tried to think as best they could about the world around them and their role within it. They were, particularly at the top of the system, individuals who passed at the top level of the examinations came to possess what was called the jinshi, which literally means the presented gentleman or the presented scholar. It was the highest degree, the highest level of achievement. These individuals were the very cream of the crop, but even people who had lower level degrees, or even if they had never passed a degree but had sat for the examinations or trained and prepared for the examinations, they were part of this larger cultural system.
Can you hear me?
ordinary Chinese, in addition to whatever tax payments they might make, taxes we usually paid at this time in grain or in cloth, they were also subject to corvée labor, the kind of labor conscription that we see elsewhere in European history as well. If you passed the exams, if you qualified to sit for the exams, you were exempt, at least for a certain period of time, from participation in that system. You were also exempt from corporal punishment. You couldn't be physically punished for breaking the law. If you dropped out of having examination status, you might be subject to that once again. But while you possessed certain examination qualifications, you would be exempted from physical punishment. People who passed the exams obviously were on the track towards official employment, towards participation in the public administration of the empire. Even individuals who didn't pass the basic level exam could find a role in public life.
Welcome, welcome. How are you? Elon Musk. I've been waiting on your ass, dog. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. Wow. We have Darren and Elon Musk in the same room. What's going on, Elon?
Oh, Rabbi, or I don't know what's your name, bro.
That's okay, man. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. How you living, pimp? How are you?
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm fine, bro.
Excellent, dog.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
stream my life 24/7. Do you speak any other languages other than English?
Only English.
You only
I can speak Indonesian too because I'm from Indonesia.
perfect. Do you speak Indonesian?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Just one moment. Shout out to Indonesia. Bum, 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 bum. Indonesia is, I believe, the largest subgroup or largest country of Islam in the world. It's amazing. It's an amazing country. Bunch of different islands. Okay, Indonesia. Bahasa. Do you speak Bahasa Indonesian?
Yeah, benar.
What up, dog? I'm Rabbi. I stream my life 24/7.
Yes, you're right. And I say yeah, benar.
Apa kabar, anjing? Aku seorang rabi. Aku menyiarkan kehidupanku 24/7.
Apa kabar?
I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been live streaming now for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has on the internet and global history.
Saya melakukan streaming langsung 24/7 untuk perdamaian dunia. Saya tidak menginginkan perang lagi. Saya sudah melakukan streaming selama lebih dari 3 tahun. Ini lebih banyak data daripada yang dimiliki siapapun di internet dan sejarah global.
We talk about some interesting things on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, fusion power, fission power, futuristic topics. Very interesting things.
Kami membicarakan beberapa hal menarik di streaming yang biasanya tidak dibahas di masyarakat, seperti anti-gravitasi, teknologi perpanjangan hidup antimateri alien, teknologi pengunggahan pikiran ke fusi, kekuatan pembangkit listrik, topik futuristik, hal-hal yang sangat menarik.
Oh, I see.
Kami membicarakan
Yeah, this is like check kodam in TikTok. Indonesian have check kodam.
Who's that?
Yeah, like this. The topic like this, but the name check kodam.
Check Hodem.
Yeah, check kodam.
Oh, Tech Hodem. Oh, okay, very cool. Oh, cool. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can see it at TikTok.
I'll look at it right now.
You can see that at TikTok.
I'm looking. Just one
Yeah.
moment. Okay, so TikTok.
Check CHEK. Check kodam. KHODAM. Check kodam. You can check this in TikTok.
TEKHO. And then what?
Yeah.
TEKHO.
Maybe I DM you there.
Okay.
Check kodam. In Indonesia have the check kodam like this, but in TikTok.
Excellent. Well, what else do we talk about? We talk about a new kind of technology known as de-extinction technology. where we bring back animals that were once extinct. The company Colossal Bioscientific has it in their plans to bring back the woolly mammoth by the year 2028.
Kami membahas tentang jenis teknologi baru yang dikenal sebagai de-extinction, teknologi yang memungkinkan kita menghidupkan kembali hewan yang pernah punah. Perusahaan biosains raksasa ini berencana untuk menghidupkan kembali mamut berbulu pada tahun 2028.
I see. I heard about this technology.
Yes.
He want a mammoth hybrid.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
After they do the woolly mammoth, they want to do the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. And one day, using AI and genetic engineering, we might even be able to have dinosaurs, maybe someday.
Setelah mereka membuat mamut berbulu, mereka ingin membuat harimau Tasmania dan kemudian burung dodo. Dan suatu hari nanti dengan menggunakan AI dan rekayasa genetika, kita bahkan mungkin dapat memiliki dinosaurus suatu hari nanti.
nice. Why dinosaur? What about Bigfoot?
In the future,
That's it.
people will not necessarily say why, but why not. Basically, we will be able to accomplish most anything we want scientifically, and eventually people will want to try dinosaurs, like the movie Jurassic Park.
Di masa depan, orang tidak akan selalu mengatakan alasannya. Tapi mengapa tidak? Pada dasarnya kita akan mampu mencapai apapun yang kita inginkan secara ilmiah, dan pada akhirnya orang akan ingin mencoba dinosaurus seperti film Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we have Jurassic Park, bro. We have Jurassic Park in Indonesia,
Do you?
in Pulau Komodo.
I'll look at it right now. Komodo dragon is a very amazing animal.
Dragon.
Yes. Indonesia, Komodo.
Yeah, we Komodo dragon. We have.
I know. The biggest lizard,
Good.
the biggest lizard on Earth.
Yeah. You're right, bro.
Absolutely. Here you go, big dog.
Yeah. This like this.
Exactly.
In the manner. Yeah.
Excellent.
Flores.
I want you to know
Flores.
that it's been an absolute pleasure to meet you, and that I'm always here, and I hope to be your new friend, Elon, and also my friend Darren. Darren's a very nice person as well.
Saya ingin Anda tahu bahwa sangat menyenangkan bertemu dengan Anda dan bahwa saya selalu di sini dan saya berharap dapat menjadi teman baru Anda dan juga teman saya Darren. Darren juga orang yang sangat baik.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yo, Rothschild. Yeah, bro. I hear you, bro.
Excellent. Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
You should know that I'm always here
Is my friend, bro.
to help you.
Elon Musk is my friend, and
I want to hear
We want
actually
about
from Indonesia,
the
bro.
good things in your life,
We want ethnic, bro.
and
We are Sudanese.
I want you to know that I'm here to care about you and your family. I think I'm going to be able to make you rich someday. I have more data than any person in the world, and that may make me a very rich person, and I will help both of you and all your family in the future. This is the start of a...
Anda harus tahu bahwa saya selalu ada untuk membantu Anda. Saya ingin mendengar tentang hal-hal baik dalam hidup Anda. Dan saya ingin Anda tahu bahwa saya ada di sini untuk peduli terhadap Anda dan keluarga Anda. Saya pikir saya akan dapat membuat Anda kaya suatu hari nanti. Saya memiliki lebih banyak data daripada siapapun di dunia dan itu mungkin membuat saya menjadi orang yang sangat kaya dan saya akan membantu Anda berdua dan seluruh keluarga Anda di masa mendatang.
Also, we are going to help Indonesia. We're going to make sure that more than just Jakarta gets help. We're going to help everyone there. We're going to help even the people on the really little islands. We want to make sure that they have food and healthcare and education. I care a lot about people in Indonesia, and I want to help the whole country.
Kami juga akan membantu Indonesia. Kami akan memastikan bahwa tidak hanya Carter yang mendapat bantuan. Kami akan membantu semua orang di sana. Kami akan membantu bahkan orang-orang di pulau yang sangat kecil. Kami ingin memastikan bahwa mereka memiliki makanan, perawatan kesehatan, dan pendidikan. Saya sangat peduli dengan orang-orang di Indonesia dan saya ingin membantu seluruh negeri.
Good intention.
Certainly, man. Absolutely. So, if you're wondering, like, what do you do? Once, we're done with introductions and stuff, I mean, I have other people come in here, but we're watching a 35-part series. It's like 50 total hours on the history of China. I love history. I love information. And so we're always doing everything that we can to get smarter. And one of the things that we do in order to get smarter is to watch as many documentaries as we can. And one of the things that we certainly find beneficial is to do that through podcasts and documentaries and books and things like that. So if you're ever wondering where can I or who can I go to find more information about the world, I'm always here to help you.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, thank you, bro.
You're welcome, my friend. All right, with that, we're going to continue. If you have any questions, let me know.
And other people like himself, not a separate interventionist state apparatus. Now, this is not as stark a contrast in some ways as I'm making it sound, because, of course, it's the it's the literati who are the...
Word.
You in Los Angeles?
Word. Yes.
representatives of the imperial state, the agents of that state, and the possessors of material interests of their own as landowners, as leading members of local communities, of local societies. And these interests often are kept separate, or often are not in conflict with one another. But when we see this clash between Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, we can see ways in which they can come to be directly contradictory. So, literary gentlemen, statecraft thinkers, Su Shi, Ouyang Shou, Sima Guang, Wang Anshi, these guys are all drawing upon this shared cultural reservoir, cultural toolkit, if you will, of Wen, of the literary cultural tradition. But there is at the same time, and indeed these guys' ideas will become more powerful and more influential as time goes by, there's an alternative set of ideas beginning to emerge, which we can put under a sort of categorical heading of cosmological thought. Now, we've touched on cosmological thought earlier, all the way back with the Han synthesis, and in some ways looking back at the divination carried out by the Shang rulers and all this. The desire to link human affairs to larger cosmic orders, to larger natural systems. Well, in the Northern Sung, some thinkers come to begin to place special emphasis on a concept very different from Wen, and this is an idea that we call Li. Now, what's interesting about Wen and Li, they constitute a sort of dichotomy here, is that they share a certain linguistic meaning, which is pattern. Wen, we've talked about as referring to things literary. It refers to, one of its derivations has to do with simply the way that writing looks on the page, the pattern formed by words written on the page. It's a very regular, very coherent kind of pattern, and it's a pattern that's produced by human activity, by writing things down. So one of the core meanings, one of the base meanings for the word when is humanly produced pattern. Li, on the other hand, refers to patterns that occur in nature. Its original meaning has to do with the patterns, the striped patterns that you see in certain kinds of rocks. So we have a distinction between human order and natural order. And this is fundamental to what goes on with the cosmological thinkers. The cosmological thinkers, and there's a bunch of them, men like Xiaoyong, who was a mathematical thinker, or Zhang Zai, who was concerned with speculations about the cosmic order of the universe, and in particular a pair of brothers called Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao, were very, very concerned with trying to understand the naturally occurring patterns of the world around them. They saw moral values. They saw the values that should govern and regulate the act.
Black Monkey, what's it like to be such a pimp? We're glad that you're here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild.
Hello, sir.
Hello. How'd you find out about me, Black Monkey?
I got invited by a friend.
Oh, amazing. You have amazing friends. You,
That is
Yes.
me, bro.
amazing.
That is me.
Dude, Darren, you're hooking everybody up. Okay. Black Monkey, do you know Indonesian?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Here we go.
No, but Black Monkey is not Indonesian, bro. Like he said like he's from Nigeria.
Oh, cool.
No. Netherlands.
Do you know Dutch?
Yes.
Excellent. Just one moment.
Okay.
What are you actually?
Welcome. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I'm glad that you're here.
So, may I ask where
Welkom. Mijn naam is Robert Rothschild.
California.
IJs. Ik hou van 24 uur per dag. 7 dagen per week. 365 dagen per jaar voor wereldvrede. Ik wil geen oorlog meer. Ik ben blij dat je hier bent.
California. I stream my life for world peace. We talk about some things on this stream that aren't normally talked about in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, fission power, fusion power, really advanced stuff.
Ik zie mijn leven voor wereldvrede. We praten over dingen op een taal waar normaal gesproken in de maatschappij over gesproken wordt, zoals anti-zwaartekracht, antimaterie, buitenaardse onthulling, levensverlengende technologie, geestuploading technologie, kernsplijting, kernfusie, echt geavanceerde dingen.
Ja, dus kan ook.
I'm live on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, Odyssey, Billy,
Sir, what is your name on YouTube?
many other different streams.
Ik
Rabbi
ben live op
Rothschild.
YouTube,
Just one
Twitter,
moment.
Twitch, Rumble, Odyssey.
I
Billy,
guess these
zoveel
are
andere verschillende streams.
Okay, at the very top of this Discord, you'll see it says Shalom, and below that, you'll see 24/7 live YouTube streams. If you click that, there's a link there, and you'll see all my streams at once. I've got like 8 going at once. So it has a red circle. It's below announcements and above general. So if you look below announcements and above general, you'll see a link, 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see it?
Yes.
Click that and click the link and you'll see all my streams.
Yes.
There you go. You see them?
Yes.
Excellent.
It's a viral Rabbi Rothschild.
Yep.
Yes, I see it.
And I have lots of them. So I'm going all day, every day, 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And I stream also in other people's Discords. So I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord right now, Music Biz Marty's Discord right now, my friend Jin's Discord. I'm going to be in iShow Speed in a little bit. Actually, I'm going to get that together right now. I'm going to get into iShow Speed's Discord right now and just keep spreading the word about world peace. And one day, perhaps, with a lot of work, we might be able to think of a world where that is a reality. All right, Discord. Here we go. I'm coming in his Discord. So what else do? We watch all kinds of things. I'm currently watching right now a 35-part series on the history of China. And it's like 50 hours long. It's from a professor from New Mexico State University. And it's excellent. I've watched it now like 4 or 5 times in a row. But we're also going to watch Kill Tony, if you know what Kill Tony is. Kill Tony is the #1 live podcast in the world. And it takes place live every Monday. But we didn't watch it this Monday because we were too focused on Monday Night Football. We watch all the NFL. We watch all the soccer. I watched the World Cup. I watched the Women's World Cup. I mean, I'm a huge sports fan. We'll even watch cricket. We watch rugby. We watch basketball, women's basketball. We'll watch the drafts. We're super into college football. We are super into pro football. We have a fantasy team with a cryptocurrency. That's kind of hilarious. So what does that mean? It means like we have a fantasy football team, if you know what fantasy football is. And right now my team is sucking dick. But we've got like, I just feel it's just like the fucking best team. But we're just not doing that well. Anyway, what else do we have going on? Some other cool shit too. We have robots. I have a bunch of robots going. So if you're like, Rabbi, how do you have so much confidence that you're going to just be viral? I'm already very well known on one platform. It's known as Kick. It's the biggest platform, biggest up and coming streaming platform there is. Ask anybody on Kick, do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is? Every motherfucker knows who I am. It's like, okay, well, why aren't you famous from that? Well, the reason why I'm famous is because I spam them. So it's not for the best reasons, but I have gained a lot of friends and from that. And why do I spam? Because I want world peace. I want people to know about this so we can talk about world peace, that we have a place to talk about world peace. People used to talk about world peace, and it's not being talked about anymore at all. And I want to talk about it again. And that is not a bad thing about which to talk. If we're going to talk about anything, all the bullshit that there is in this world, why can't we talk about not hurting each other? Why can't we sit down at a table eye to eye and make adult decisions instead of immature decisions like shooting and bombing each other? I want to stop all that. And I want to stop it immediately. I don't want anyone else to die. And I've made it my life's mission to end all war. And so how do I do that? I am essentially emulating a project, an art performance of John Lennon and Yoko Ono. If you know who John Lennon and Yoko Ono are. So you said that you're Dutch, or you know the Dutch, and you're from the Netherlands. So in Amsterdam, and in Canada, in the 1970s, John Lennon and his wife Yoko Ono sat in bed just like this in what was called a bed-in, and it was for world peace. They literally sat in their bed for 2 weeks or a week in different times for world peace. It's called the bed-in. It's not really well known, but it's by John Lennon and Yoko Ono. So they just stayed in bed basically for like a week. And here you can see a picture of it. It says, hair peace, bed peace. They just wanted peace. And I just want peace too. So they just sat in bed with cameras and microphones all around them for 1 week. Now, I'm not John Lennon and I'm not Yoko Ono, but I am someone who's passionate about peace, and I was at a time in my life during the pandemic where I felt that it might not be something that would be a bad time for the world to be able to come together. And the way that we would be able to do it is the same way. Just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono had cameras around them in Amsterdam, I have cameras around me in Los Angeles. And I think that it's important that people talk about peace, just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono. And if you don't know who John Lennon and Yoko Ono are, John Lennon was a Beatle, Yoko Ono was his wife and an artist herself. And peace is very important. So, what role do I have in the world peace movement? I feel like I can be a leader. All these cameras give me a platform to be able to talk about world peace. So, like right now, nobody's interrupted me because you guys have been a really great audience. But like, if I were being interviewed by NBC, CBS, Fox, or the BBC, or ABC, or anywhere else, they're going to cut me off and they're going to say, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And we're never going to get anywhere. This gives me all the time I want to talk about world peace. And if you don't want to hear it, that's fine. You don't have to hear it. I know that I'm building a data archive that will be very helpful in the future. And everyone will be want to be seen on this data archive in a positive light. Why? Nobody wants to be seen as a dick on camera, where everybody in the world for future generations are like, oh, that person sucks. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants to be seen in a positive light. Well, I have the power of the camera. I can go wherever I want, and basically everyone knows about me, and I'll be able to essentially have a huge influence on the world as my audience grows. And so that's a very exciting thing, because I want good things for the world. I want to be able to utilize some of the technology about which we've discussed, and it's not currently being harnessed. I think a universal translator like this, a simple device, you can get this for like $100, even less. If we gave these to everyone who needed them, especially in the developing world, but even in the developed world, everywhere, if we just had a simple communicator like this, we would be able to bridge so many gaps. So we've got Adam here. We're so happy that Adam's here. Adam, how are you, my man? What's good? Adam, how are you? Adam, how are you? How's your life?
Shalom.
Shalom, how are you, Adam? What's good?
Good.
Excellent. Well, we're glad that you're here. We were just talking about world peace and how we want world peace, and we were talking about the history of China. We're watching a lecture.
Peace.
You're wonderful. You're absolutely wonderful. Do you?
Israel want peace. What the fuck you mean, bro? Israel want peace. What the fuck?
Do you want to be here and be nice, or do you want to be asked to leave?
What you want, bro?
Excellent. I want peace. I want peace. I want peace, Adam. I want peace. So I want everybody to, from all sides on every war. I
can't speak English. I speak just Italian.
Okay, just one moment. I'll help you. Perfect example.
Yeah.
I speak.
Don't worry. I'm gonna.
No, stop. Don't worry. I can speak Italian. Just one moment.
Yeah.
Non preoccuparti, so parlare italiano.
Yeah.
Solo un momento.
What?
I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I want all sides of every war, no matter where it is in the world, to sit at a table and be able to see eye to eye and talk to each other, perhaps using a universal translator like this, so that they can see each other and they can look into each other's eyes and see that everyone is human and end the war.
Aisa. Malik 24 settimi per la pace nel mondo. Voglio che tutte le parti di ogni guerra, non importa dove si trovino nel mondo, si siedano al tavolo e siano in grado di vedersi faccia a faccia e parlarsi, usando un traduttore universale come questo in modo che possano vedersi. E possano guardarsi negli occhi e vedere che tutti sono umani e porre fine alla guerra.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that we should tolerate war anymore. And I want to give a voice to the people who want peace in this world. I'm live on 33 different platforms, including YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. I'm live on Rumble and many others so that I'm uncancelable. So that when I go viral, my data is out there and it is archived for the world. I have more data on YouTube than any person ever. This is a very important movement, Adam, and you came at the right time.
Non penso che dovremmo tollerare più la guerra e voglio dare voce alle persone che vogliono la pace in questo mondo. Sono in diretta su 33 diverse piattaforme, tra cui YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. Sono in diretta su Rumble e molte altre, quindi sono cancellabile. Così quando divento virale i miei dati sono là fuori e archiviati per il mondo. Ho più dati su YouTube di chiunque altro. Questo è molto importante.
Adam, I want you to know that you're always welcome here whenever you want. I'm always live. Whether I'm asleep or awake, I'm creating data and we're doing everything that we can to get people aware about the world peace movement. I have many robots which I use to spam kick, and that's how people find out about me. And we tell them about world peace and they become a fan.
Adam, voglio che tu sappia che sei sempre benvenuto qui quando vuoi. Sono sempre mentito, che io dorma o sia sveglio, sto creando dati e stiamo facendo tutto il possibile per far conoscere alla gente il mondo. Movimento per la pace. Ho molti robot che uso per fare spam kick ed è così che la gente viene a sapere di me e noi parliamo loro della pace nel mondo e loro diventano fan.
Sì, e di questo che sto parlando.
Apologies, I don't know Italian, but I can tell you that I spam on Kick for world peace. I don't want war anymore, and I use my bots to get out the word. And I know it's annoying, but I won't do it forever. And it gives me an opportunity to showcase my world peace project, and I appreciate being able to share it with you.
Scusate, non so l'italiano, ma posso dirvi che faccio spam su Kick per un pezzo. Non voglio più la guerra e uso la mia casella per far circolare la parola e so che sta nevicando ma non lo farò per sempre e mi dà l'opportunità di mostrare il mio progetto di pace nel mondo e apprezzo la possibilità di condividerlo con voi.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah.
You're so sweet, Adam. Adam, I love you. I want you to know you're welcome here anytime. You have a new friend. Whenever you're bored, Adam, come here and we'll talk and we will become really good friends. And also, I want you to know, I think one day I may be a very rich person. The reason why is because I have more data than anyone ever. And if that comes true, I'm going to make you and your family very rich. Ooh, I don't know if that. I want you to know that I have more data online than any person ever. And if I'm able to, I want to make you very rich someday. And I want you to know that you have a new friend in me, and I hope I have a new friend in you, and you're always welcome here whenever you want.
Voglio che tu sappia che ho più dati online di chiunque altro. E se ci riesco, voglio renderti molto ricco un giorno, e voglio che tu sappia che hai un nuovo amico in me, e spero di avere un nuovo amico in te e che sei sempre il benvenuto qui quando vuoi.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Yeah.
You're a beautiful person. You have a beautiful soul, and I look forward to being your friend for the rest of our lives. You should know one other thing. I don't think that you're going to die. There's a technology known as mind uploading technology where you perhaps may be able to live a digital immortality. And if that's true, I want you to know that I'm glad that I could tell you about it.
Sei una persona meravigliosa, hai una bella anima e non vedo l'ora di essere tua amica per il resto delle nostre vite. Dovresti sapere un'altra cosa. Non credo che morirai. Esiste una tecnologia nota come tecnologia di caricamento della mente, dove forse potresti vivere in un'immortalità digitale. E se è vero, voglio che tu sappia che sono felice di aver potuto raccontartelo.
Yeah, grazie, fratello, grazie.
You're a beautiful
Yeah.
person, and you have a beautiful soul. You're welcome here whenever you want. I don't mean to take up any more time of your day. Feel free to come in whenever you want. I'm going to send you a follow request or a friend request, and we'll be friends hopefully for the rest of our lives. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, friend. Yeah.
Sei una bella persona e hai una bella anima. Sei la benvenuta qui quando vuoi. Non ho intenzione di rubarti altro tempo. Sentiti libera di venire quando vuoi. Ti invierò una richiesta di follow. La tua richiesta di amicizia e saremo amiche. Si
Grazie.
spera per il resto delle
Bye-bye.
nostre vite.
Bye-bye.
Grazie
Ciao.
mille per essere venuta.
Ciao. There you go. See that? That motherfucker was coming in hot. He was coming in hot about Israel, and I was able to become that motherfucker's friend. United Nations. That is why I should be UN Secretary General. I love that my fucking link that I've been sending out says rabbit. These people are going to the wrong one, dog. Hilarious. Oh man, I wish fucking Caspian Sea was here for that. I would love that shit. Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea.
Where people could go and retreat from the world around them. So there's a sense here of the presence of these buildings in amongst the forest. And then right down at the very base of the painting, down in the lower right-hand corner, there are several small figures. And if you look closely at them, they are some pack mules and a few travelers walking along with them.
Kids.
These are the travelers amongst the mountains, or the travelers amongst streams and mountains. The whole painting is a monumental space, a huge expanse. These figures are a tiny little presence down in the corner, emerging out of the forest, following along on a little footpath, and you know that they will pass across the space in front of us and disappear off wherever it is that they're going. Perhaps they're coming from the monastery. Perhaps the monastery is not their destination or their point of origin, but simply a presence in the background. We don't know. This does not illustrate a story. We don't know who the travelers are, where they've come from, where they're going. In a sense, it doesn't matter. Although the painting is called Travelers Among Mountains, in many ways, the travelers are not really the story at all. The mountains, the sea,
Game winners.
the setting is the story.
Game winner. And the crowd goes fucking
This painting can be taken as really archetypical of Northern Song monumental landscape painting. It contains a repertoire of elements which become absolutely characteristic of this type of painting. You can walk into museums in many parts of the world and go to the Chinese painting section, and when you get to Song painting, Song landscape painting, these elements will be present in the images that you'll see.
Hey, how are you, man? Oh yeah, it's Darren. How you living, Tim? Yeah, dude. Do you know why? Well, like, I think you have to put in a lot of time in here to be able to show your screen. But I'm just gonna stream in here and see what happens.
Yeah, but I mean, I saw Speed server like one of the most active server in this .com.
Right.
If you want to get many viewers and like engagement, I think you should stay about 24/7.
You got it, man. Say no more. I'm here, just because of you, baby. Shout out to Darren.
Yeah, because I joined this server like 1 week ago, and I see like these kids is very active, though, like other server not much active like this, but
I agree. This one has a lot of people, a lot of cool stuff going on in here.
yeah, actually, I'm at level 21 now. Like, what level are you with?
I don't know. So how do you get a level? Do you have to talk a lot in here or something?
Oh, I see. You still get the zombies. So like you are not you must be below level 5 though. Like to be able to stream in the PC. Like you need to get to level 10 though.
Okay. Do you know how do you get higher level? Do you talk or do you show your camera or what? Or you can't show your camera? How do you get a higher level?
You text. You get higher level. You need to text in general chat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. How long do I have to do it? A lot?
Like I mean, to get to level 10, I think you can get it like one day, but like like promotion is prohibited in this server that like what get me into like level 21. Like right now, I just talking shit to people.
Okay, so just texting, just typing them.
Promote your server. No, I mean if you want to promote your live stream, like maybe you can just say some nice things to these kids.
Yeah, I'll just go and I'll be nice to them. I'll get the level that I need. We'll be live streaming in here too, and we'll be made in the shade. Excellent.
I mean, like, I see you on 18/7, right?
Right.
Like, you stream there, and like nobody's is there to like it's a dead server, but this I just did server like I think it might give you a better chance.
I think you're right, man. I've gotten some other friends in here. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to go into general and just be nice to people, and hopefully they don't throw me out.
If you want to check your rank, if you want to check your levels, you should go to the bot comment channel, the bot comments, and you type exclamation and rank.
You're amazing. Exclamation and then level.
I DM you how to check your level speed 7.
You're amazing. You're amazing. I'm looking right now. Type rank in bot commands. You're amazing. I gotcha. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and I'll do this all fucking day, and I'll be nice, and hopefully we'll get moved up, and then I'll be able to show the camera in here, and then we're gonna go viral.
Yeah, but you only need to level up to level 10, then you are all set up. Like you can open your camera and you can share your screen.
Excellent. Okay, and so I just want to go to general and start chatting in general, or chat. Just go to chat.
Yeah.
I'll just go to chat and say hi, everyone. Excellent. All right, you got me started, man. Here we go.
Like that, yeah. Like I think like how about these I just fit 7 members are American citizens, like they live in the same region as you.
Exactly.
So I think it will help you like communicate and doing some stuff.
Excellent. Thank you. You're amazing. Shout out to Darren for the amazing advice. There's Darren. Excellent.
I'm gonna help you to like communicate.
Thank you.
I'm gonna help you to level up.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh, it's Black Monday. Shout out to Black Monday. We're just chilling, watching this China documentary.
Dynasties.
Well, I'll turn it down just for now. How are you?
I'm from Indonesia.
Right, dog. We were just talking in my stream. You're from Indonesia? Oh no, you're different. Hold on a second. Let me talk to you. Just a moment.
Yes.
One moment. I'll get you. Just one moment. I'll get you. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Shout out to Indonesia. I hope everybody in Indonesia is doing well.
Selamat datang, selamat datang. Apa kabar? Salam hangat untuk Indonesia. Saya harap semua orang di Indonesia baik-baik saja.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
iShowSpeed is a very famous streamer. You're amazing.
Saya menunjukkan kecepatan adalah streamer yang sangat terkenal. Anda luar biasa.
Yeah, that's right.
Indonesia is amazing. Indonesia is a very populous country filled with many amazing people and many islands.
Indonesia itu menakjubkan. Indonesia adalah negara yang sangat padat penduduknya, dipenuhi dengan banyak orang hebat dan banyak pulau.
Little understand speaking this bro.
That's okay. I can speak Indonesian to you. I hope you're doing well. How is your day going?
Tidak apa-apa, saya bisa berbicara bahasa Indonesia dengan Anda. Saya harap Anda baik-baik saja. Bagaimana kabar Anda hari ini?
Okay, bro. Where are you from, bro?
Irvine, California, which is near Los Angeles.
Where are you from?
Irvine, California, yang dekat Los Angeles.
Okay, bro. I understand. I understand.
Los Angeles Club.
I don't understand your speak.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you're here. All right, so I'm going to focus on this chat because the faster I get this chat done, the faster that I can stream. So I'm going to focus on that right now. Alrighty, friends. Excellent. Thank you.
What is? You're from Indonesia.
Yeah, bro. I'm from Indonesia too.
Kelihatan suara culture.
Ini lagi nggak ada mods, tenang aja. Biasanya kalau ngomong Indonesia ada mods di Vietnam, di Vietnam.
Oh iya.
Ya ini lagi nggak ada mods nih. Lagi pada nggak tahu sekolah.
Jadi ada yang mantau berarti.
Ada ini anak-anak umur 6. Kalau ada yang aneh-aneh dikit langsung di WA. Bapak dari mana, Pak?
Dari Riau.
Oh iya, gue dari Bandung, Pak. Nah, gue nemu sih beberapa orang Indo. Kayak berapa yang mungkin dari 10.
Wajar lah. Biasa dulu banyak.
Iya, sebenarnya apa ya? Jadi sebenarnya saya sudah lama sih nggak tahu kalau gue baru join bulan ini. Nggak tahu kalau mungkin udah sampai itu bulan-bulan kemarin.
Asli Bandung.
Iya, di Bandung, benar.
Jadi lu sekarang kuliah atau kerja?
Sebenarnya lagi S2 sih.
Jurusan apa tuh?
Informatika gue. Lu udah kerja? Udah kerja?
Gua juga jurusan informatika, cuman masih lagi nyusun.
Oh, semester terakhir, semester berapa? Ya, 7.
Nyusun.
Kuliahnya di Riau.
Iya, jadi
Oke.
lu berarti udah barusan tamat atau gimana?
Gue tamat 2022. Sebelum itu S2 sampai sekarang
S2 di mana?
di Bandung.
Bandung juga ya.
Tampau.
I'll tell you which one is VC developed to make
Iya.
in like 800 years. Why got so quiet? You are stealing that pride, bro. From what? You stole my pride, bro. That's all. Who's stealing? Oh, this guy. Shut the fuck up, bro. Wait, who said that? Bro, I'm gonna block you because your name is Black Boy. I'm gonna block you because you're rich and just know. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna kiss you in your lips. Okay, I see you guys in chat have been arguing for like, shut the fuck up, dude. I said the truth, bro. 17. How old is he, bro? How old are you, bro? Actually, said the truth. Or I'm gonna jail you.
I'm 13, baby.
13. Fuck. He's 13 in 2024. Almost 2024. Whoa, shit. Crazy. What the fuck? You're did about Roblox. You're good about Roblox. You guys play Roblox? Yes. This is 2012.
Yeah, but that's that you're over the age of 13, bro. Actually, how old are you, bro? Last chance. Say voila. Say voila.
Say magic.
Yo, smarty booty boy. It's only voila. Say voila, we get 13, bro, right now.
No? What is voila?
You have to just say it. It basically means like on God.
Say booty body. Oh my god. Bro, Rahim, tell me, bro. Are you Bengali?
No, I'm not.
Rahim is Bengali, 100%.
I'm yeah, but you're gonna get jailed for
You run the camera with the virtual camera. It's priceless.
Oh.
Rahim, tell me, are you Bengali?
Tell me, no, I'm not fucking Bangalore. I'm not.
You're ugly as motherfucker.
Yeah.
Nigger, tell me. What is it, nigger?
Yo, who said that? Was it you, Simmer?
Yes.
Oh, nah.
It's a kid, bro. I bet you it's a kid. Do you enjoy your job, Mallory?
No, I fucking hate it. I'm at the Rothschild. You're on me, bro. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
That was fun.
Thanks. No problem.
Weird, but I'm just gonna start it. Okay, here we go. How did Buddy go to Amanda?
Right.
Instead of
Right.
that wasn't very good. That translates into something that has to do it's ruined anyway. Yeah, thank you. Oh, that's crazy.
Là, c'est trop éteint, frère.
Nigger, regarde, ils vont tous réagir. Nigger.
Can you guys mute him?
That was quick. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. No, I need y'all
Thank you, bro. Guys, that wasn't great. That's pretty bad. They had like 4 people saying harder at the same time, bro. Racist motherfuckers, bro. That's the only way to win the argument one time. I mean, the one way to win an argument is to say hard R, but not here. Like a raptor, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good would you say you are at Fortnite? Bro, I'm a top 1% zero build player, bro. All time? All time. I'll be honest, I don't even play the game. I'm just watching for entertainment. I stopped playing because I gotta what's it called? I'm only gonna talk to people if they don't mention my name in chat. Wait, what? Oh, shit, he's warming up. No, he's having a serious. Oh no. Guys. Yo, what's up, bro? So I've always wondered, why is it called ranking guidance? Does that have something to do with Yo, what I want you to do, bro, is go into a normal match, drop a 30 bomb, and I'll give you $20 cash out. I'm such in a bad mood. Remember, we play rhythm games? Rhythm games? What's that? Never mind. No? Okay. Oh, wait, I know what you mean. No, I've never played one before. Oh, okay.
just oh shit. Well then, oh, he's in the seat. Probably doesn't have. Oh, 1,000? What? Bitch. Bitch. Was it double? Oh. Sir, I am back. R.I.P. Every time I'm about to fucking die, my ping goes up. Yo, Megaraptor, it's me. Hello, long time no see. Hi, Pixie. Not in a good mood. I got my account back. What? Megaraptor, I got my account back. Nothing is changed. Oh, man. Sorry. Well, why am I 100 ping? You have internet? Ironic. The microphone, like, really? Megaraptor. Yeah. I got banned for 10 days. Discord disabled me for 10 days, but now I'm back. So that's the real reason why that's the real reason why oh, stop wasting my time. Speak. Okay, so that's the real reason why I wasn't here on my on Discord. Oh my god, just speak. Yeah, I was just
just talking, bro. I was just thinking.
Stop stuttering on every sentence.
Stop putting on every sentence, bro. Like, come on. Dude, if you're gonna walk the talk, you have to walk the walk, bro. Alright, fine.
Yo, wake up. You're invited into the conversation.
Okay, so English is good.
Go on. So exactly, so you can shut up.
I'm just adding in my 2 cents, bro. English is
As well. I'm muting you. Sound like a
Hey,
terrible.
what did I do? What did I do?
But not you pick Sunday, but I know that you're nowhere near a nerd. I was talking about wake up. Because I'm not in a good mood at the moment and I can't deal with any shit.
Why are you not in a good mood?
Because earlier when I was home alone, you know, I was just watching a movie, yeah. And when my family just went home, they kind of just, you know, ruined the moment, you know, because I was like enjoying myself and that just, it put me in a bad mood because.
Is it because of your parents? Is it because of your parents?
Just my family, you know. Just kind of a mood killer, you know. Like if I'm spending time, if I'm like spending time by myself, you know, and doing something that I'm enjoying. Sometimes my family just ruins it, you know.
Alright. English or Spanish?
Spanish.
Y practico esta mueva es gay.
Wait, say that slowly. Hold on, wait. Pause. Wait, what's the music?
What? I'm gay.
Wait, say the Spanish word out, but very slowly.
Y practica esta mueva es gay.
That's not how you say it.
Oh!
It's not y pegada as muava es gay. It's el primero que se muava es gay.
I don't know.
Did you take Spanish in school, by the way?
No.
Oh, what do you take?
Okay, English is Spanish.
Spanish.
Practica esta mueva es gay.
Bro, look up, bro. It's not el Progalagada, whatever you say, it's el primero. No, el Progalagada.
El primero que se mueva es gay.
Wait, say it very, very, very slowly.
El primo que se mueva es gay.
Okay, it's not mueva, it's mueva.
Mueva.
Yes.
Mueva que se mueva es gay.
No, it's el que se mueva primero es gay.
Never mind, we're not doing Spanish. English or Chinese?
Chinese.
Which one was this today?
Husband in Chinese. Turn on that light here, Ram.
Really cringe, bro. Do you ever stop? Like, come on, bro.
Oh, someone's serving me dogs. Yo, can someone unmute and pick Sunday? Someone unmute pick Sunday.
He's using a sound
Unmute pick Sunday, please.
We got like 5 minutes.
Unmute pick Sunday.
Let's do like 5 minutes.
Yo, why is it ringing? Any brain in there?
He's tweaking on his camera, man. Yo, Bluetooth, how old are you, bro? Yo, you got 5 seconds, bro. How old are you?
2 years old, clear.
Alright, well, he's clearly not 2 years old, so gonna take a light on him. Just give him a little. He's circumcising his microphone as we speak. Excellent. I can't hear you. I'm not muting you, nigga.
On me, Pixonib!
Okay, in 5 minutes.
You're an immature bastard that me to Pixonib on me now.
You wanna call me immature? Have you seen what this kid's been saying?
You won't play the English or Spanish music anymore, so just admit it.
5 minutes.
So whoever muted him, you could have just told him to stop playing the music and then he would probably stop. But no, you're just one of those people who just instantly mutes the person without a warning. God, like,
Yes, but
so do you become a VC mod again? I gotta be level 20. Be on the VC 15 hours per week, I think. Or per day. And then 3,000 messages a month. In a month. So
I'm gonna ping you.
When October holiday starts, I will start doing that.
Check chat. I just sent you the requirements.
Yo, chat, what is your football, bro?
Yo, Karam, how old are you, bro?
Oh, bro, I like bitches, bro.
No, bro, I'm gonna give you one more chance to say the truth. I'm gonna jail you. Come on.
I'm 13, bro.
Alright. Yo, Kika, stop typing, bro. He just said he's 13.
Oh,
Yo, check your mic.
Oh, shit.
Hey, man, I can't say you. He just said it was fuck boy. Fuck boy. I mean, shit. You're a racist.
yeah, he's a racist.
Yo, Karam, say Walla inside your 13, bro.
What?
Say Walla, you're 13.
On your Pixonib!
What the fuck
Pico!
up?
On your Pixonib! He won't play the music anymore. Unmute him.
Bro, how impatient are you, bro? Just get that
Unmute him.
Jesus, man.
Pico, unmute Pixonib. Pico, why aren't you unmuted Pixonib? He's not going to play the music anymore.
Dude, I said give it 5 minutes. You're so impatient, bro.
Pixo DM'd me and promised that he's not going to play the music anymore, so just unmute him.
I don't give a fuck about promises, bro.
Oh my god, these fucking dicks.
He's fucking dicks.
I wasn't talking to you, mate. I was talking to Pico.
Guys, yo, guys.
How's the VT mode? Someone named Pixo, Dave.
You have a very interesting history.
Yo, who's calling my dick? You call my dick.
Chat service kind of ass on me.
You'll speak. Speech out. How old are you, bro? Speech out.
Roast bacon, bro.
But 50%. Make it up to.
Yo, maintenance. How old are you, bro?
15.
Why is he genetics, bro?
What?
How about club?
Yo, for me, and yo, automatic. Yo, guys, is my microphone just visually loud? Like, is it quiet?
It's a little bit louder than it should be.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna start it down. I'd rather be taking my these. Make sure. Do I have to ask a question? Yeah, okay.
Hello.
I'm about to see you. Just waiting on the US meet to ask for an unmute. Like, LV. I'll not unmute you. Dang. Damn, that's dumb. My English is very bad. What do you say? My English is very bad. But I have a question. One moment. What is this guy doing? Oh, bro, he's playing Epics with Skyblock. Yo, let me see. Oh, okay. Yo, wait, LV, let's get this dude is muted. Oh my god, bro. That LV, bro. I think it's more meetings. Okay. Do this to me? What? Do this to me? Do I what? Do this thing to me? Guys, how are you all doing? Listen to you. Yeah. I can hear you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Mega Raptor? Bro, muted. Well, the Mega Raptor and it's Guppy. They were just talking to each other. I don't know what happened. I went AFK for like 3 seconds because I was talking to something about my dad. And then, like, they get muted. So there's that, I guess. This is nice. Okay, yo, why the chat is so dead? Oh. Yo, listen, bro. Yo, this is really not going to be a good one. Yo, people, did you mute him
without any reason, or is there then you go tell me?
So, okay, I know that Pixel was like playing soundboards, but Mega Raptor, I don't know. But what's going like he was in Spanish thing and then like would play the static that Steve Lacy would do that. Jimmy Khaled, that was like bro, I wish I could share my
What I'm playing.
This guy is just playing.
I'm telling you, bro, what did they say? Did they say in the heart or something or what?
Oh, no, okay, so he was just playing the soundboard, but the other guy, I don't know. Also, I'm not a mod. Like, I joined the server today. Probably like an hour ago. So, yeah. What is this?
Bro, literally, bro, let them build.
It was on, I think his name is Todd. I don't know.
But I don't know why, bro, chat is kind of dead right now.
Yeah, it is.
I can't see anyone, bro.
I'm trying to talk to LB about this Minecraft thing he's doing and Skyblock. I never play Skyblock because it seems like
Seriously, bro, chat is dead.
like, bro, he's definitely. Oh no. I'm playing Roblox right now. I'm gonna continue like building a model because I'm in Butcher. It's like a class, and I haven't been able to go to school for 3 days, so I decided to just make models on Roblox because I know how to build in Roblox. So yeah, like it's kind of dumb, but it works. So okay, let me actually.
The gameplay is kind of smooth, bro.
Oh shit. But yeah, I tried this looks like it's
What do you have?
No, just make the latest price. Alright, how do I? Okay, I'm gonna go back to what I was reading. Let's love this thing. Love. Are you sure? Yes. Creative. Fine. Okay. Where's my creation? Oh, okay. Are you serious?
Meet my friend. Bro, I don't care who is your friend or not, bro. What do I get if I say, yeah, you're my friend?
Yo, Joe, just help me, bro.
Okay, I didn't say anything bad, bro. Welcome, bro. You had a new friend. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the Rabbi some.
Use names, black defense, nothing that was on it. Police and
Good luck, bro.
Oh, that guy's not sure. Okay. Oh my god. Who's this? Happy birthday.
The chat is like dead. No one is here to talk to. All of these are weird people in the chat. I'm going out. Chat is dead.
Oh, okay. Well, if this guy would unmute, like, I would actually talk to him about the game. He's just listening to his silly billy ass music.
He's taking no for an answer. When I say unmute me, you unmute me. Unmute me or you're gay. Bro, he's getting silently. He low-key brought it on himself, though. Cause, like, what was he doing? Okay. Yeah, I should probably get the measurements for this. So let's call it. Why not? Alright, let's go smooth plastic. Okay, let's get the color tone. Okay, what colors did I use for the other? It was Giovanna colored. Okay. Patronic. Okay, so I used blue, magenta, kind of like yellow, orange, and lime. Okay. I like your avatar. To blow a bubble that will last all day. To blow a bubble that will last all day. Why is your bio? What's wrong with genocide? Because it's looking at it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, that's a crazy typo. The whites are genocide, then there's a problem. The blacks are genocide, then there's a problem. But the Muslims are genocide, it's not really a problem. The reason is because it's just by defense, and they want to lie in the media and spread propaganda. They're being mass genocide when they're actually not. That's what's going on right now. You actually look into the statistics of the actual war material sites. Yo, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't give a fuck. So, yeah. But if you go to the war material site, you can literally see the statistics. Almost all the Hamas members that were killed were most casualties that were actually given out. So all those casualties that were actually given out. Yeah, it is tricky. Yeah, but the actual casualties that were given out was the actual probable cause of the casualties. And they've been lying about it, saying that civilians are being killed, and maybe 3 to 5 extra people would be killed, and they'd say it was genocide, but it's actually not. They put the missile down, and some people get affected. That's all it is. Yeah. That's actually so fascinating. That's interesting. There's a lot more, but I can't go into detail because I don't want someone to fucking blame me. But yeah, the IDF only kills civilians when they expect them to be a threat, to be honest. Because there's a lot of people that boss are recruiting to be basically, I don't want to use the word war militant terrorists, but I guess that's what you could say because that is actually the proper word for it. And they're literally trying to recruit kids to become terrorists as well. So, oh my god, that's so warm. Exactly. And they're lying to the media saying that people are being genocided. Half of the time that people are genocided, it's not even that it's genocide, it's that they fucking appointed militant strategies to confiscate the land of Gaza to force it against the IDF. Then when the IDF found out about it, they conveyed attacks back in defense. That's all it was. It was all available, and it was all accurate, and it was all needed. It's always only been needed. Yeah, this guy's just going into the bro. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what he started talking about. Can we get that one female who was talking shit the other day? Do you remember?
But you don't know what I'm talking about?
I've been in the for years.
But you don't know what I'm talking about?
Or mute for vacuum and chat.
Yo, wake up.
Well, you guess what it is?
You don't know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I have no idea what it's on.
I'm talking about the war between Palestine and Israel.
Oh, you're gonna go out there and fight for them.
No, I'm saying that most of the genocide that they're claiming isn't actually the fact that they're being genocided. It's that these extra missiles sometimes kill civilians, and then they cry about it. That's all it is. But most of the genocide that actually occurs isn't even genocide. It's defense against organizations.
Are you American? Are you American?
No.
Shit. If you are American, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Type shit.
The reason for that is because if we don't, World War III will break out. And the reason for that is because the only people who's going to stop the wars, it won't be Kamala, it won't be Biden, it will only be Donald Trump. And the reason is because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So yeah, unfortunately, Palestine, Iran, and Lebanon will be bombed completely and wiped off of the face of this earth because they're all trying to start nuclear trading. So yeah, that's basically GG's. Another thing on top of that, which is also another GG's, is the fact that all these militaries are getting up and trying to start extra missile attacks, and that's not going to be permissible. And when it becomes permissible, you'll realize that the polls that Donald Trump has right now with Kamala is going to go ahead and it's going to backfire against Kamala, and Donald Trump is going to get higher polls because they want somebody inside of the military act to actually be a defense person to actually compensate the military. That's how it works. It's basically it's not geopolitical politics, it's more inversible politics, meaning whatever president is more permissible or more intelligent to be inside of a war affiliation should be president. Because if that president isn't the leader, then that means therefore that the world's just going to become a last mine of World War III. Because the United States has the highest GPO. Right? And it means that they're the highest leading government. Due to them being the highest in the government, the world respects them more for their authority of war. And they listen to them a lot more than other people, because no matter what anybody else has, the United States will always win.
No one's trying.
Wake up, clumsy.
Oh, yes, I am. Oh, yes, I am. Stick that old dick in you. Yes,
Also, who was saying that there's no way this is Draco? Who was that?
No, I'm glad you.
You hold the unlucky step to get up, yo.
Yeah, wake up, clumsy Keisha.
Bro, why does this guy named LV have light mode on Discord, bro? How does your eyes feel?
No, hi, Grandpa. I'm bad confused right now. I'm not the one.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put on light mode. I'm gonna put on light mode for a second.
Looking at. Yeah. Yo. Blink 3 times right now. Oh, he's blinking. Oh, he's just back. This is being recorded. I'm gonna turn off this video because.
Yo, Santi, if you're real, scream into your microphone with me, dude.
Yeah, obviously pre-recorded.
Oh, just skip. Okay.
Discord with a 4-3 here. Tell me what.
Yo, what's good, guys? What's good? It's my Nabby shooter, yeah, we can. Hey, yo, Draco, shut your bitch ass up. Yo, Pico, you better go for the bitch.
Talking the little kid nerd-ass bitch. This is ours.
Oh my god, Mega Raptor's using an alt. He can finally get banned. Oh my god, let's go. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy's so annoying.
Why you use that talk? I think my small email and then.
Just go down school? Wait, do you need help with school? I'm like really fucking smart.
No, I don't. What grade are you in?
I graduated. I'm like really fucking smart. So if you do need help, let me know, bro. Like with anything, any subject, I know how to do it.
Help me with my AP 3D work.
AP 3D work? You're in AP classes?
3D, yes. Not so much.
So was I.
So much.
I don't think I can help you make a sculpture. I mean, is that like 3D art in like Blender or something like that?
No, I'm not giving you the robots because that's what I know. It has to be physical, so I'm just making a model for it.
Okay, so it's basically, it deals with modules. So the best thing that you can do for forecasting is understanding the actual elements inside. And what I mean by that is just basically just measure. Just measure the scale. Just measure the scale of your model before you do it by putting an image over top of your model. You have to do it in Blender, right? No, suggested that you do it in Blender. I know, but I suggest doing it in Blender because you can put up a reference image for it. And the cut looping is very easy to make a model like that. And the texturing too.
I'll survive. I'm gonna go back to this.
I believe in you. I think that for that class specifically, as I didn't actually physically take it, I think that you would have more knowledge, of course. But all I'm saying is that Blender would help you if that's what you're looking for. But if it deals with mathematics, I know that we'd be struggling on that. So if you need help with that, let me know.
No, I'm taking AP Science. That class is mad easy. So, yeah. But not AP, fucking honors.
Damn, okay, I see you, Pookie. So you're really getting there, right?
Please don't say that again.
How old are you?
18. But still, don't say it. I've been 18 for 14 hours and 11 minutes. Okay,
Okay, maybe I shouldn't be saying that. Yeah, no, you're like a baby. I should not be saying that a lot. Regardless, right? I'm just proud of you. I wish you the best. Okay. That's what I say when I mean that. What's your plan on after school, like college? If you know what I mean. What are you planning for that?
I'm thinking most likely community college. And then, I could just, make a bunch of art and stuff. I low-key want to start a YouTube channel. I know that sounds very dumb. It's difficult, but...
The easiest way to start a YouTube channel, I would recommend you to start using AI Shorts to start it off so you can get a fan base. And then after that, just switch the entire thing to art. Merge all the videos when you have subscribers. Once you get to around 50 to 75K, what you want to do is you want to then purge your entire channel and make it all art related. Because people, every single time you post a video, people get the notification pull if they have notifications on. So if you set notifications on when you use AI Shorts has the highest probability rate of actually getting attention. So after you do that, you purge your channel and start making art. You get attention automatically. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I can teach you how to do that.
That's way too much, so, do that.
I feel it's because all you're doing is just really exposing yourself and your talent. And I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to the art world, you want to keep that stuff extra saturated, throw it away. And the reason is, people can take your art, and that one art piece that gets dismembered that you had and somebody else now has it, they can probably sell that for thousands of dollars. Because art is in high demand right now. Think about real estate and everything that deals with actual house, like insurance and actual refinement. They're all looking for art. That's all it is. Artwork. So you can make paintings for multi-million corporations if you are at that level. I'm not saying that you aren't because I don't know. That will make you a lot of paper.
Pretty cool, man. ass. You know, they're all unintelligent, so took your ass on the ground, beat your ass. You sit on the speed, this one dog, motherfucking chest. No, you're a brownie, shut the fuck up, you're not intelligent. Be quiet, Draco, stop, be quiet, speaking. School shut, man, shut your ass up. Speaking, yeah, don't be real quiet. I don't care, bitch. You guys barely even understand it, so stop speaking. Just because of these fucking foreign things, your mom and shit. They're all foreign, just wait though. All you gotta do is just mute 15 stuff, Galim, and all the stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's not even loud, bro. If you think that's loud, bro, just like.
Well, it's not GG/this if you want loud. That wasn't self-advertising, by the way. I'm not even in that server. If you get the joke, you get the joke.
I so.
No, bro, people are so mad here.
That is what you call loud. That is loud. There you go.
Have you ever seen like loud miking on Discord?
Yeah, that's just so stupid. I just blast audio to make it 50 times louder. And then they start saying that it hurts when I turn up louder each time.
Yeah.
But hey, I wish you the best, bro.
Yeah. Thanks.
So what's your plan for, yeah, so you mentioned art, but how are you going to sell your art? What's your plan for that?
I don't know. I'm thinking like becoming a American designer, something like that, and then work for a studio. Or like not a storytime animator, but like something in that field, like those people.
Okay, I understand. Easiest way to start that is literally utilizing Blender. You need to get into Blender if you want to do that. That's going to be my list with you. Or you can get into Unity.
I just happen to be taking English for you. I don't know if that's for you. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can still do 2D in Blender. It's like highly recommend that because all the stuff that you use in Blender, all deals with animation, like actual real art. It takes a long time to actually learn it. It takes around a year of experience, but once you get to that year, you can literally fucking make anything you want. And it does not matter.
We just showed you. Right?
What?
Is there something I should be concerned about? Like, what's happening?
I don't know. Everyone's just quiet.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just hungry.
Welcome to Discord, where everyone just sits in the VC and doesn't talk to people. And then the voice chat.
There's that, and then there's someone who I can hear their keyboard. I don't care. I've had people like come after me, and then there's an echo.
If the echo's from me, I'm just gonna go slow.
I've had the mods
Bro, why do you sound like that you're in a house with zero furniture, zero walls, and zero windows?
That was a good one.
I'm not. Question mark?
Oh, it's you! Hi.
Yeah, it's me. Hi.
Me and my mom talked to you for like 20 minutes, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, my girl.
She likes the olden day stuff like that because she grew up in that era. And
You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this. Hold on. You're gonna really like this. Wait till you see the dress I just bought.
Wait. Can you do this when my mom gets home? She would love to see this. Okay, wait, let me just get a picture of someone. Can I get a picture? I want to show my mom that.
Yeah, hold on.
She's gonna like freak out.
Guess how much I bought it for?
How much?
$25.
Wow.
It's a vintage wedding dress.
Yeah, my mom's gonna literally freak out.
I'm working on it. I'm gonna shorten it. And I'm gonna add some ruffles to it.
Damn, so you're still in the same era, eh? Time hasn't shifted. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go smoke. Hold on. What's up, my fan? What's up?
Hello.
0.1. Let's go. Morning.
Yeah, so my entire day today is pretty much just gonna be working on this dress.
Wait, what color do I make this? Let's go with the magenta. Yeah, okay.
I just want to make this so cool.
Teleport to me for no reason. Okay. Let me funny in that case. What is up with these weird snaps?
I swear to God, better not have
Since 15 minute drunk need to save. Oh my god, I forgot to save last time. I lost like a lot of progress.
We're just gonna run out of those sweet.
You know, he has a point.
This needle is big as hell.
Go about making a dress, like by hand, or just like with whatever materials you have.
It's not as difficult as you. Well, material-wise, it's not as difficult as you would think it would be, but it does take a lot of practice. It's something that I've not gotten into very much. So, I kind of just work with fixing things up.
Can you divide that by 4? No. Okay. Within the next like 20 minutes.
Travis, you said I was kid. Do you like my engines? Hold on. Is this what I think it is? Yes. Hi. You like my entrance, you know? Did you notice it? Yeah, I noticed it. Mm-hmm. Thank you. What are you doing? Are you texting your boyfriends? I'm sewing. Why do you sound zesty? I am zesty, girl. Like, oh no. What were you actually doing? Like, if you don't like gay rights, then get the hell out of here. Wait, all I said, have a mom that's zesty? All I said, bro, you got all that. Let me be zesty then. Like, have a mom that's zesty? I'm a zesty mom, girl. Hell yeah. I got banned for being gay one time, and I was so over it. That's crazy.
Banned for being gay is just out of this world. That's crazy.
And then they banned me from the appeal server for the reason LMAO. I can't do this. LMAO.
This server?
Yes, this server.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, this server be doing some dog shit. Last time I joined this server, I was talking to a guy, and this was years ago. I told him that his IP address was 1111, and I was permanently banned. But I guess they didn't unban me for some reason, so I got unbanned.
Sometimes they just abuse to abuse.
The app bugs.
That's fixed, okay?
That's gonna be blue. There's sea fighting, but I don't think there's that. And then we have a lot more yellow. So, okay.
Bitch. I'm not calling any of you bitches, so I'm talking to the draft.
I was so young when I was born. I didn't know where to go. And she said, "Welcome to the Cracker Fox Palace. We've been expecting you."
Yo, it's blue or green?
Green.
Oh shit. Okay.
Texted me. Tell me please, I am alone. We are friends. I'm not accepting friend requests. Sorry. I got too many random people sending me friend requests, and I just got too many. Oh shit.
This and listen to this. Okay, great. Right. Let's just see what the house looks like as an actual house. Let's just see.
I realized I should probably pin this. That would make things so much more easier. Also, just so you guys know, I have minimal sewing period. Very minimal. Okay. So you don't need to be like good at sewing to like do shit.
Alright.
Hello?
I need some help.
What do you need help with?
I need that. How did this happen? Wait, what? Oh, okay. What? You need to it. Okay, you need to it. So what then?
I need water too, not gonna lie. I'm about to get up.
Just give everything a surface light? What even is a surface light anyway? Oh, this is ugly as fuck. Ugly. What is there? I still don't remember. Is it better?
Your mom.
Me? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I found the bag. Watch it. Sorry, Bess. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, you called me at studio. You called me as a no one cared. Ugly fat shit.
Oh, fuck.
965.
You texted me. Oh, wait, Jesse? What? Wait, why?
This is an environment.
Daddy, broken on the
yes, big album. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Okay. And start. Okay, so take this side of the house. And then that's right there.
I don't know why I choose this word. I should have just done this on a mission. I'm a dumbass. A really stubborn dumbass. And what can make things harder for men? Wars.
I know I'm gonna make it look really ugly, so let's go with last hit with sons. Okay. I guess I'll just do the screenshots and then get the measurements.
Oh shit. No! Woo! Please, oh my god.
Yo, this been definitely playing Minecraft for like the past hour. Like, I don't even know what he's doing. What's this guy playing? Are you playing ours? You must just like me. Oh, Moses is ready. Yeah, this is ready. He's at a familiar. This is ready.
I'm sorry, but taking that out of context, just like you randomly hear someone, wait, is that a civilian?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Uncovered extreme. Message. Did I get scammed? Huh?
Well, I have someone.
No, someone. What they did is instead of saying something, they texted it in chat and they added me and they said, "So the banana to get I ate a banana, okay? Because I was hungry. I didn't even care about it. They wanted me to like pour wax and no. They wanted me to pour wax or water on my head, and I was like, I don't feel like doing that. Not even for nitro, man. And they're like, why don't you eat a banana? And I was like, you know what? I could actually go for a banana. So okay. Like, you gave me a good idea. I'm genuinely hungry now. I ate a banana.
Yeah, Beth, can you do that again?
No, hell no.
What did you do?
I ate a banana.
Okay.
And they wanted me to deep throat that shit instead. And I went, no! Only my girlfriend and boyfriend get to see that.
Huh?
Hold on. Hello, mother.
Hello, daughter.
Sorry.
Alright. I got a couple of
Oh, yeah, I didn't need my drawing tab.
and I will be.
Can you guys sit here? Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Alright. Love you.
Love you too, mama.
Alright. Love you too, Mama.
Did you just say Bucks with the M? All right, Mom. Bucks. Huh?
I got a girlfriend. Yes, I do. I have a girlfriend and I have a boyfriend.
But they're both men, though. They're both boys. They're both born boys. So they're still boys. So there's a girl says a girl who still hasn't done surgery yet. It's a boy who still hasn't done surgery still.
Well,
Bags.
they want to keep their dick.
Oh wow. Okay, that's
I should
confusing.
just call them boys then.
I don't know what we do at that one. What is it? Kids, what do we do? Teach their own.
One of the conversations of all time.
What'd you say?
I said, this is one of the conversations of all time. What is this guy doing? Let's just say that's 4, and then the same circle being like 1. Okay.
I was about to speak that gift out loud, and that would have ended. Like,
George Floyd! Oh my god! I miss. He's gone again.
I like testing. That's what I lived there when that happened.
Oh my.
That was not a fun time.
Black Lives Matter.
Nah, 'cause we have like the fucking SWAT
Not to be that guy, but all of a sudden, like it wasn't been saying that, but now, let's protest it.
Yeah.
If they didn't care before, now they want to care.
Some people did care, but it became like a big thing after.
Man, they always doing, like, they was doing that before this one. All of a sudden they want to, let's protest this now, child. Like, guys, this isn't new. It just became known that he died as a black person for no reason. Like, that just happened. It's not on the news, exactly.
Dude, and it was, so my dad's fucking racist, right? And he refuses to admit he's racist. It is so dumb. But during the George Floyd protests, right, he got like really stressed out and he bought like 7 different guns to protect guns. Right, and I was like, dude, bro. I don't live with my dad. For good reason.
This is
flight. Okay. It's gonna be 4.
Welcome. How are you?
Yo. Some of it's really tough. Oh, hello. Hello. So I'm blind to this one too. Okay. What? I'm like having a conversation with myself right now. What?
That's so real. Oh shit. Fuck. Shit.
Okay. If you need to add anything else for this one, you already know it's a 7 months. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, this is one. Okay, alright, cool. Okay, now I need to get the measurements for the roof. Okay. Am I gonna make this shape? This is a horrible fit. This is actually bad. Okay. 9.5 by 7. Okay. Oh, shot. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Thank you. Please stop. Yeah. Hi. Shut the fuck up. Please stop. Go everything. Yeah. No, please stop. Yeah. Please stop. He was like, what the signal? I was like, yeah. What do y'all do if I hit the key? What would you do if I hit the key here and now? It's exactly why not. So, I can do this. Still a bit too big. Not too small. Can y'all do that? Can y'all do that? Yo, Luffy, can you mute me in chat? Yo, Luffy. I didn't press the answer. Yeah. Luffy! The fuck? And he was like, what the Sigma? And I was like, oh yeah, Sigma. Can you all see my stream? Can y'all watch my stream, please? Can y'all watch my stream?
No, we're not. No.
No. No.
What the hell wrong?
What the fuck? Why are you?
I'm not even saying, can y'all watch my stream?
What is this, bro?
Come on. Let me piece this.
Yo, baby face.
What?
Baby face. Get off of that. Shut the fuck up. I hate you. Not with you. What the fuck? I'm just kidding, bro. Yo, baby face. Why are you calling for my baby face? Shut the fuck up. Not with you. Baby face. Don't call me. Don't call me baby face. What the fuck? Be quiet. Baby face. Yo, baby face. Come on, baby face. Can you unmute me and mute me in chat? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm not part of the kid. Guys, bro, what's going on? Is ice some speed in there, ho? I didn't know my viewers sound like a nerd. Yo, Jonathan, what you doing, bro? Everybody keeps saying it's not all me, bro. Can you say some brain rot shit? Please, I beg you. Yeah, I'm finna play you, bro. Clearly, bro. I'm finna play you, bro. Yo, guys. Like, Ronaldo got like. Bro, can you I'm dead ISO speed, bro. I'll go live on YouTube right now, bro. I ain't playing, bro. I'm dead ISO speed, bro. I should be this guy right now. Sure, buddy. Yo, man, you think it's funny? I'm on a hold right now, bro. Don't ain't coming out. It is kind of funny. Yo, Vessi, turn your camera off, bro. Like, what's you doing, bro? This is my viewers over there, bro. Like, what you doing? Me? Me?
No, he was talking to me.
Nah, these are my viewers, bro. Oh, nah, bro. Nah, is it chilling? I said, bro. I'm gonna touch you, actually. What do you think about that? That's me. Bro, quit being gay, bro. Quit being gay. Like, oh my god, bro. Quit being gay. Wait, it's okay. Just gay, bro. Quit being gay, bro. No. No. Yes, it was the like. Quit being gay to me, bro. Can you say I'm not playing, bro. Nigga, your mic is horrible, bro. Your mic is orange, bro. With me, he would never said that, bro. He said my mic is what the fuck? I'm talking about the K-Beatles, bro. Can you say some? Yo, I had a mute that guy, but too many people here, bro. What am I dead? Yo, I'm finna join on my main, bro. Watch out, it's me. I'm finna join on my main. Guys, I show speed. actually speed. Really? I should be. What, bro? What you want, bro? Bro, what do y'all want? Nice. I should speed. Needs to be immediately, because you can immediately, because you can do it. I should speed. I said, what do you say? I should speed, bro. Everybody be quiet, bro. I'm watching the speed, bro. Yeah. Be quiet, Jimmy. Be quiet. From my man and name, bro. I'm clean, bro. Mute your mic, bro. Just what? Speed faster. My guy. What, bro? Yo, bro, what is you saying, bro? Oh, what the hell? What is you saying, bro? What is you saying, bro? You saying what is you saying, bro? Yo, I don't know what the VC mods are at, but you need to get this niggas out. Yes, yo, Ronaldo or Messi? Which one? Ronaldo or Messi? Let me know. Don't say Messi, bro. Whoever said Messi, bro. I said don't say Messi. Messi's on bench. I'm a Messi fan. I fucking love them. You're a photographer. I talk about the team. Shut up. I shut up. I'm a Messi fan. Teach. I'm gonna crush you, bro. I'm gonna crush you, bro. Speed, you like Messi? Quit trolling, bro. Quit yelling in the mic, bro. Just be chill. I'm finna be y'all keep doing that, bro. Quit being gay, Speed. Yes, I know you was talking here. I know, bro. He's talking like that. I'm not gay, bro. I'm not gay.
Pie or cranberry hibiscus?
What? Are you gay?
Pork cranberry.
My mic is good, bro. What are you talking about, bro? My mic is literally good, bro. Who just said that? Nigga. Oh, no, bro. What the fuck, man? Because I'm green. Speed, say so. True, bro. You're doing that, bro. It's not the same thing, bro. Speed, I'm not to the baby, bro. Nah. What guys say, it's okay. I love every skin color here. I don't take it. What the fuck? Yo, where the odds at, bro? Where y'all from? What continent are you from? I'm from Sweden, bro. You're spooky. What? Speed. I'm from. Wait, are you from Lewandowski country? Yeah, what is this, bro? Y'all is trolling, bro. What you say, bro? I show Speed. Ronaldo is. I'm from Portugal. It's
Wait, where did that go?
It's Slovakia, bro. You killed me. Have I came to your country yet? Have I came to your country yet? Yeah, you have, but in my region, you have not came to English. What's the crisis? Guys, 1 second.
Wait, let me say something. Can you say, get back to the
What part did I go? What part did I go? What part did I go to? What part did I go to? Bro, everybody was talking, bro. Talking about too much at the same time. You know, from your region, you know, stop. Let this guy talk quick. Let this guy talk to him. Yes, you yeah. Wow, good tough. No, I don't know that. Let me speak, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm about to leave if y'all still talking, bro. I believe you. Just go. You talk about your speed.
I got a question. Can I get stream privilege?
No, that's me, bro. I thought y'all was from the search weekend. That was in here. The search weekend that was in here. Yo, who is here from Poland? Me. Where do you want me to go? Don't call it again. I will kiss your ass. Jego mam ze z tym siedzę, naklejam się na cisę. Jebać policję. Do you like those? I like hips. Guys, whatever is it in USA? Whatever is it? My friend is from Poland, so I go so yeah. That's tough, man. Co z tego streama, jak on robi tego bita, bo to jest... No to jest mocne. No, it's fun. Guys, can you rate me my music? Can you rate me 1 to 10? I rate you 1 to 10. 0. Oh, 10, bro. Out of this one. JK. What? You're just kidding? Well, I thought you were serious. I was glad you were serious, bro. Can you rate my music?
Do you want to rate my song?
Why so serious? Can you rate my song? I'm gonna touch you, Steve. Can you rate my song? Can you go to hell?
Can you shut the fuck up?
Can you rate my song? Let me touch you, Steve. Can you rate my song? Well, he's repeating. Oh my god.
Cut it now, though.
Guys, is anyone here? Where are you from, guys? Where are you from, guys? Adam, where are you from? I'm from Iceland, Speed country, Portugal. Yes. Good one. Are you from the country or the island? I'm from Faroe Islands. You know Faroe? Yeah. That shit. Yeah. Adam, where are you from? Hello? I'm from Iceland, Speed. No, not you. Adam. He's muted. With the gaming M1. Oh, he left. JK. Oh, Adam.
Weź zobaczymy. Czekaj, bro.
Oh, no.
Hell no, dog.
No way.
5 minutes is wide, bro.
Song.
You want to rate my song? It is very
half cow. And rate my song. Can you rate my song? Right. And you put in Spanish homework. Espanol. Oh my god. Guys, look at the stream. He's making so good beats. Look. Oh my god, bro, he's so crazy. Look at the stream, bro. It's crazy. So which speed is it go? Guys. What is it? Why are you talking on? Yo, jebać policję. Cały się please. I don't like cały się please. I can ask you what why are you playing? Why are you talking on the Xbox? Why are you talking on the Xbox, bro? What the hell? Download that little patch. You know where I'm from? I'm from Aisha Speak. Oh yeah. I'm from Portugal. You know how to sport? Yeah, I'm from Portugal. Can you say pork? I'm from Portugal. Can you say pork? Say pork. Say pork. Can you say pork? No, Portugal. But no, I know, but can you say pork? I'm going to that man. What you get your idea? Pork. Yeah, guys, so maybe let's go to the general one. It's I just use for another minutes. Oh my god. Go, general one. If I can, bro. I'm gonna touch your speed. In a second, I can, bro. Nee, say that the motherfucking clever Dortmund, man. They're fine, bro. Hello. Hey, Beatles, can you join? No, I have 1 minute left, bro. Okay, we will wait. Okay. Guys, how are you today? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's very good. Well, bro, can you say pork? Say pork. In which language? Pork, just pork. Pork. Yes. Oh. Chat, clip that right now. Roll the clip. Last laugh. It locked. I'm from New York. Guys, can you rate my song? Oh my god. Okay, can you join them? No. Wait, let me sing something. Yeah, we have to speak English, unfortunately. Hello?
You're from Canada, bro. You're from Palestine.
I'm from Canada. I lied.
No, bro, I'm from Palestine. You sound so American, bro.
Are you actually from Palestine?
Yeah, bro.
W. Palestine, right?
I get the chance to shit.
I don't say free Palestine because there's not really anything that's free. All you're really freeing is just people. People are getting free.
Wait. Palestine, bro. What you mean? I know. Bro, shut up. You cannot have it.
If we're saying free Palestine, we might as well be saying free Lebanon, free Israel, free Iran, free Iraq, free Saudi. Because all this stuff is happening right now, bro. Instead of saying free Palestine, say free everyone because literally everything is about to go to shit.
Bro, how is free everyone?
You just assume we're going to be going into World War III because you guys were retarded and decided to bomb Israel.
Bro, you're stupid.
I'm stupid? Okay.
Yeah, bro. Okay, tell me free Israel or not?
The October 7th bombing is going to affect the world. And the reason is because terrorists, right? The terrorist military of the Hamas bombed Israel, and now the other Middle Eastern countries are retaliating, and they're starting to bomb back. And that's going to cause World War III. So it's your fault.
If you say, listen, guys, if you say,
It's not true information, by the way.
I got a question. How can I get the string privileges?
what is your question?
How can I get... Yeah, let's do it, sorry.
Jebać Palestyny pierdolone, co się kurwa dzieje?
Outside citing World War III, I don't like hearing a word of that.
Are you a Zionist? Yo, Nate, are you a Zionist? Siema. Hey, I don't want you anymore. Wait, we don't want you anymore, is that Nate? Siema, chłopaki, co mam was? Kurwa, Polak. Hey, I don't want you Ja tego trajku na to patrzałeś na niego. Ej, po 90 lat z powodu, nie? Dobra, lecimy stąd, bo tego, bo Bildera kurwa wciszyli chuj. Po polsku. No i chuj bez kurwa. A kto do tego? Kto jest jeszcze z Polski? Trajko jest z Polski i Kibitels, czy...
What's the Beatles? You guys look that big. Go through it. I don't know what that means.
Bro, if you tell me, I will not repeat myself. I do not fucking the date, bro.
Shut up.
Can you say that in a better English accent? I can understand that.
Dobra, ej, mordy. Kasperek i Bobny, dawaj się z powrotem, bo to się bardziej kurwa przekrzykują niż nagle w chuj, to jest po prostu... Słuchaj, Danek. Bob the Builder, dawaj z powrotem na siłę tam. Dobra, naraz.
Who the fuck keeps falsely muting me? You keep falsely muting me, bro. I'm gonna get someone to call.
Your name, what do you guys do? What do you guys do? Israel, Palestine? Yo, Nate. Is it free Palestine? Israel.
Free Israel.
Thank you. What free is it? What? That's how much.
I have family.
Free Israel from the jihadi terrorists. Free up. Free.
I love to be honest.
I'm Ninja. How old are you, bro? I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to answer that question. Hey, you pedophile, I know you. What? Who said that? You're such a bitch ass ugly fucking feelings, bitch. Nobody fucking cares about you or your existence. It's somebody made a non-kind feeling. He's asking his age to know if he can be in the server, you fucking retard. Fucking agent. Motherfucker, shut your bitch ass up, pussy. God. Hey, breathe, nigga, breathe. I know you can say breathe. Hey, please translate that to English. I don't understand gibberish. English gibberish. I can't. Sorry. Hey. You understand what my dick is in your chest? Your dick is in your mom? Oh, that's not good. Hey, is female still doing shit? Yo, these all just pretzels slap, bro. Like, they're so good. You know chippy chips? Yes, you know chippy chips?
I don't know.
No, but I'm eating chippy chips. That's the chippy chips for us, salty chips. I'm curious, I kind of feel weird eating chips because they're under the age of like 3 months, so like, I feel like there's like, unless that pasta's done cooking, it's only a minute old. Oh, hell no. Yo, did you see from Palestine? Palestine. No, I guess. It's just because Israel's getting attacked more than Palestine right now, so like, I don't see it right. I said Palestine started the genocide and the wars, so that's what my sister said. Yeah. What? Israel's going to be taking us to World War III because of Palestine. So that's ready. Yeah, it's because Palestine started it. Free Palestine? Yeah, say free Palestine and Palestine starting the war. Palestine or Israel? Israel. Okay. Huh? Israel. I have a reason to say that. What? Let's think about it. So, I'm going to explain this to the people who are foreign that don't really understand English or English. She's lagging. You can't say free Palestine. Palestine started the war, and now it has gained alliance to other groups, specifically Lebanon and Iran, to start bombing Israel. All of this means that we're going to go to World War III now because some dumb jihadi terrorists decided to go ahead and. Yo, that is a crazy fucking thing to say. I mean, it's true. I said it's true. How do you know it's true? Nobody knows. Because it's a jihadi fucking terrorist group. Sure, it's okay. Okay, let me bump it.
You could literally look it up.
Even if that is true, this is probably the first time in history that terrorists did something right in their life. Really? Really? So you're promoting that the war and the genocide against the people in Israel is actually a good thing? Okay, Ben.
What? Are you saying?
Yeah, okay.
this guy. You're promoting genocide. You can't do that. Funny. You're promoting genocide. If I'm promoting genocide and you're saying that it's they started the war, so this isn't good. Because they did. Okay, so genocide is okay because they started the war. Is that what you're saying? No. No. Okay. Then just come on, just wait. Let me speak. Make this. Somebody read this guy real quick. I'll describe it. Give me a favor to read this guy real quick. I want to let me finish what I was saying, because just wait.
Wait, what? You just said that that's the only thing they've done. What?
Oh my god, bro. Just can you wait? Well, it doesn't matter what you say because evidentially and with evidence, I'll censor everyone. They said the first bomb, the first missile, the first terrorist nationality at Israel. When was that? October 7th. Okay, so you just don't know anything then. If you're saying
Even before that,
it's the first part of the war. It's not the first part of the war. But you understand, you don't know anything. If you just say, no, but Palestine started the war. When? If you really know, if you're saying that you know, October 7th, 2023, they sent over 5,000 missiles to Israel. Shit. And due to that started the war. I'm right. Let me say this. No one was saying, I'm welcoming it. I'm welcoming it. I didn't know anything. 1 second.
Jacob, that's not the first time. That was the most recent one. 1948. Still, right? Because they still started it, but it was years ago. It was years ago.
The point of what I'm saying is we're not talking about the lineup of how this war started a conflict and it permissibly made it so that this conflict will continue. It's the part about where the conflict starts and where it gets intercepted. So even though there's a history of war being bad, the prominency of that war coming back and starting again is the problem. And guess what? Every war that Israel has started has come from Palestine feeling oppressed and blaming Israel. Palestine is the causers of every war ever between Israel. And the reason is because they've started every war. Okay. That's very true. Everyone chill for a second. I want to ask him a question. If you're saying, okay, so why is Israel doing this? Tell me the reason. Tell me I just want to know what's the reason that Israel is still going on this
Kublai had. And this gives rise to a couple of sort of developmental trends within the Mongol state, which ultimately contribute to its downfall. On the one hand, power, even at the imperial court, once again falls increasingly into the hands of Chinese officials, of members of the literati. They are theoretically employed solely as advisors, and yet after Kublai's death, they come to have greater and greater influence in the councils of state. This is not simply a phenomenon at the capital, although it's significant that it takes place even at so high a level. All across the empire, by the end of the 13th and beginning of the 14th century, the literati are sort of making a comeback. They are finding ways to sort of shoulder aside the samuren, to shake off, to overcome the systems of control and restraint which the Mongols have put in place to keep them in their place, to keep them in a subordinate position. This is perhaps most clearly shown in the year 1313. At that point, the Mongols decide to reinstate the imperial examination system. Now, the examination system, as we've talked about before, was the central mechanism of recruitment for people to serve in government, but even more importantly, it's sort of the central cultural mechanism for the literati elite. The process of studying, of preparing to take the exams, of sitting for the exams on the entry level, sort of local level, and then hopefully for those who were successful, rising higher through the examination system and entering on their official careers. This was the focal point of literati life. When the Mongols had conquered China, particularly the southern Song, they had simply suspended the examinations. They didn't hold them. The last examinations under the southern Song were held right around 1270. And since then, they had simply not been used. When the Mongols decide in 1313 that they're going to reinstate the examinations, this is a tremendous concession to the literati, and it really marks a moment of transition. The Mongols at this point sort of abandon the initiative, and it really falls back into the hands of the Chinese elite. Now what happens from there on is that, sort of two spheres of problems, two spheres of conflict develop. On the one hand, amongst the Mongol nobility, there are great conflicts of personality. When we talked about the rise of the Mongols, one of the challenges, one of the problems that Temujin faced when he first began to try to build up his power and establish his dominance and leadership over the Mongols was a tradition within Mongol political culture that if someone began to stand out, if someone began to rise up in a special way, others would sort of unite in order to bring him down. And this had the tendency over time in the normal sort of functioning of the Mongol political system to prevent strong leaders from emerging. Temujin had managed to overcome that. His descendants for several generations had managed to be very dynamic leaders. But now, when Kublai is gone, when several generations of less significant, less dynamic emperors have come to the throne, now this aspect of Mongol political culture starts to reassert itself. And when one Mongol leader or noble, not necessarily an emperor or even a prince, but someone within the leading ranks of the Mongol inner circle, begins to be more powerful, more effective, more competent, others sort of come together and undermine his position, undermine his effectiveness. And that renders the Mongols more or less neutral as a significant political force. At the same time, the literati, although they have come back into positions of influence, tend to fall into factional conflict with one another. They don't have the kind of power base that would be necessary if they really wanted to function as the ruling class, because they still are under Mongol domination. And so they wind up sort of breaking up into different little cliques, loyal to one or another Mongol leader, or loyal to one or another outstanding member of the literati elite, but they too are divided and factionalized. And these two sets of sort of conflicting in-groups, the Mongol nobles and the factionalized literati, paralyze the Mongol state in many ways. They render it unable to respond to a series of both natural and human challenges that arise as we get to the middle of the 14th century. And those challenges and the inability of the Mongol state to deal with them result eventually in the collapse of the Yuan dynasty. A new dynasty rises up, and we'll turn our attention to that process in the next lecture.
Palestine wants to fight for land that was stolen by Israel.
The Mongol dynasty, the Yuan dynasty, which ruled China from the middle of the 13th through the middle of the 14th century, was fraught with internal divisions and problems as it moved into the middle decades of the 14th century. And that was when a series of circumstances arose that really led pretty directly to its collapse and replacement by a new dynasty with a restored Chinese ruling elite. As we talked about last time, the Mongol government, the imperial court, was paralyzed in many ways by conflicts both within the Mongol nobility and amongst different factions of the literati officials who had returned to greater influence at court but hadn't really been able to translate that into effective government because they were so internally factionalized and divided. Those very human political circumstances meant that the government of the Yuan dynasty was not very effective, not very efficient, and as we will see, was incapable of really responding to a fairly serious and challenging set of circumstances. What these were stemmed from basically a great plague that struck central China, particularly the valley of the Yangtze River, in the 1340s, late in the 1340s. It appears, as best we can tell, that this was a plague outbreak related to the Great Black Death that sweeps Europe at roughly the same time. They may have had a common point of origin, perhaps in India, and made their way both west and east along various trade routes. One way or another, the mortality that the plague brings to central China was intense, and in some instances, in some communities, perhaps as 50%, as much as 50% of the population may have died. That, of course, is bad enough in and of itself, but it led to a variety of other problems because when the population of certain areas, particularly along the great rivers, dropped off, there were insufficient revenues and insufficient labor resources to maintain things like the river dikes, and that led to breakdowns in control of the river, flooding, which in turn generated further disease, further devastation, in a sort of downward spiral of circumstances that led to the deaths of many millions of people. Because of the political conflicts at the court and because of circumstances in local society, neither the Mongol state nor the local elites mounted an effective response to these conditions. They didn't go out and organize relief efforts. They didn't try to provide medical assistance. They didn't put, say, the army in place and use them to restore or maintain the river control system. But instead, there was very little response. There was very little effective effort on the part of higher authority to deal with these circumstances. And year after year, the situation in central China continued to deteriorate. The local elites, who in many instances we would expect to be the ones who would step into the gap and take up many of these quasi-governmental or even governmental functions, did not do so. They were afraid. They were apparently quite terrified of the disease and of insecurity, and they tended to turn inward to hoard what resources they had and to protect themselves. This meant that there was really no one on the ground in a sort of official or even semi-official capacity that was addressing the concerns at hand. As a result of this, popular movements rose up. Groups of peasants, sometimes with relatively effective local leadership, began to organize themselves to seize the resources that they needed to basically become bandits and rebels. And these spread throughout, particularly the central and lower Yangtze River Valley. The only group, the only sort of institutional force in this period that played much of a positive role at all were the Buddhist monasteries. And it is in their capacity as institutions that could provide some relief, could provide shelter or food, in some instances medical care, that we encounter the individual who will prove to be the main protagonist of the story of the transition from the Mongols to the Ming Dynasty. And this is a gentleman that we know as Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu, the family name, Yuanzhang, his given name. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang was himself an orphan. His parents had died in the disasters of the mid-century. He himself had suffered from smallpox, but had managed to survive that, although his face was heavily marked by the disease. And as a young man, he had lived basically as an itinerant. Not exactly a Buddhist monk, but going from monastery to monastery, relying upon the services which were available there. The monasteries had rules about how long you could stay to protect themselves from simply being overwhelmed by the needy. But Zhu Yuanzhang would go from one place to another, and eventually became drawn into some of these mystical peasant movements that were growing up along the course of the Yangtze, as local people simply had to find ways to organize themselves to survive. And of course, this put them in a status of rebellion or outlawry in relation to the official regime. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang becomes involved with one of these groups known as the Red Turbans, and his military skills and his sort of native intelligence made him very effective, and he rises fairly quickly to a position of significant influence within the leadership of the movement. Indeed, by the early 1360s, he's able to take over the movement, and when he does so, he begins to subtly reposition it and himself, moving away a little bit from the more millenarian aspects of the movement, the idea of a sort of apocalyptic upheaval which was going to transform the world by bringing compassionate spiritual beings in and casting down the mighty and raising up the lowly and all this. A very standard sort of motif in Chinese popular mysticism. But Zhu Yuanzhang, when he becomes leader, conceives the ambition, and we don't know how early on he had this ambition, but certainly by the early 1360s he begins to act on it, of not simply presiding over a mystic movement of peasants, but of trying to found a new dynasty, to overthrow the reign of the Mongols, and to create a new order, a new state, with himself at the head. In 1368, he formally proclaims this new dynasty, to which he gives the name Ming. Ming means bright. The character is a combination of the sun and the moon, so it's all the brightness you could want. And this is to manifest his leadership, his brilliance, as he presides over the establishment of his new order. He launches a military campaign, takes his armies, which have now consolidated his rule, his dominance in the Yangtze River Valley, and marches north towards the Mongol capital at Dadu. But there is no great apocalyptic confrontation. The Mongols, perhaps weary of the political infighting and the disasters which have plagued their rule in recent decades, basically abandon the city and retreat across the mountains out to the grasslands. And Zhu Yuanzhang is able to seize Dadu and to take control of North China. He decides to return south and establishes his capital at the site of the modern-day city of Nanjing on the Yangtze River, in the area that he had first controlled when he rose to prominence. But he leaves one of his sons, Zhu Di, in command of the former Mongol capital to maintain it as a defensive post against the possible return of the Mongols. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang, from his new capital in Nanjing, of course, he has to pursue the further consolidation of his authority over China, and there are a series of military campaigns about this. But his principal task now is to set about creating the institutions of a new dynasty, and a Confucian state is the model that he adopts. It's basically the only successful model to hand, and he sets about putting in place the proper bureaucracy and bringing into that bureaucracy the right people to run it. And of course, this means relying on the literati once again. He reinstates the Confucian examination system. He holds examinations in 1370, just 2 years after the founding of the dynasty. But he immediately suspends them. He doesn't trust the literati, and in some ways he's in some ways comparable here to what we had seen with the Mongols when they established their power. He doesn't trust the literati. He thinks that they didn't behave very well during the crises of the late 1340s and 1350s as members of the local elites. He also, being not very well educated himself, is mistrustful of them, of their literary sophistication, their obscure language, their difficult writing system, and so he's there's a troubled relationship. He recognizes the necessity of relying upon them. He's not trying to rule China without the literati, but he wants to keep them as firmly under his control as possible. So he gives the examinations a try in 1370, but then suspends them for a decade because he doesn't like the outcome. He doesn't feel comfortable with the successful examination candidates. In 1380, he reinstates the examinations, and indeed they run from 1380 pretty much without interruption until 1905. So that's the last significant challenge to the examination system. But he still mistrusts the literary gentlemen, the products of the examination system. Indeed, in the same year that he brings the examinations back, he becomes suspicious of his chief minister, a man named Hu Weiyong, and he comes to believe that Hu is plotting against him, and he purges Hu Weiyong, has him executed, and is far from satisfied with that, and goes on to execute or have executed everyone who worked with Hu Weiyong, all the members of his family, out to several degrees of relation, members of the families of people who worked for him. Thousands of people wind up being killed in this great purge in 1380. This proves to be the beginning of a pattern with Zhu Yuanzhang. He, from time to time, during the remaining years of his rule, has these episodes where he becomes convinced that someone is plotting against him and launches these very, very bloody purges to eradicate his enemies. Now, of course, it doesn't take long for members of the official bureaucracy to start to worry that they may be the potential next victims. And of course, once they start talking among...
I built a bot for iChowSpeed's Discord, and I'm going to be going live there soon. Maybe tonight. I just have to generate enough karma or whatever points in their fucking chat. So I just created a bot that posts a bunch of fucking emojis every 2 minutes, so it's not too often. We're done. So if you hear weird shit, it's this fucking tablet I have that has iChowSpeed's Discord. Meaning, like, their kids, they're like 13 and up in this thing. And I'm not going to talk in it, but I'm going to have the opportunity to show my camera in there. And then when I do, people are going to get really interested. Who the fuck is this? They're going to be like, talk to us. And I'm not going to talk to them. Or I'm going to do my best not to, because I only want to talk to people who are 18. So I'll be like, hey, if you're 18, you can find me, because you can't promote in there. So I don't even want to promote. I just turn on my camera and people figure it out.
I feel like he meant like the half point of his life died. Like what? And you're gonna say, what do you mean by that? I mean, like, I feel like.
And making lots of decisions himself. This may be all right, abolishing the position of chief minister, taking these functions into his own hands. That's okay if you have someone who's so deeply engaged with administration. But as we'll see, that becomes problematic later in the dynasty when we have emperors who are not so dynamic, not so competent, not so deeply engaged and involved in the day-to-day management of political affairs. Well, Zhu Yuanzhang reigns until 1398. He is emperor, known as the Hongwu Emperor, from 1368 to 1398. When he dies in 1398, one can imagine that there must have been quite the collective sigh of relief from his Confucian officials. He was succeeded by one of his grandsons, a man named Zhu Yunwen. And This grandson was the eldest son of Zhu Yuanzhang's eldest son. And in the normal line of succession, the emperor's eldest son would become the next emperor. When Zhu Yuanzhang died, his eldest son had already predeceased him. And so he had to make a decision about the succession. And what he chose to do was to pass the throne to the eldest son of his eldest son. This, however, was resented by some of the brothers of some of Zhu Yuanzhang's other sons, some of the brothers of the man who had already died. And in particular, it was resented by Zhu Di. Zhu Di was the fourth son of Zhu Yuanzhang, but by this time, by the end of the 1390s, he was the oldest of the surviving sons, and he basically felt that he should have become the emperor. He also began quite quickly to view his nephew as betraying the heritage of Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang, as we've talked about, had this extremely problematic relationship with the Confucian officials, with the literati, and he tended to keep them on a very, very short leash, to sort of terrorize them from time to time with these purges, and generally to have basically an antagonistic relationship with them. He had to have them, he needed them, but he never was comfortable with them. Zhu Yunwen, the new emperor, had grown up in the palace, had grown up surrounded by Confucian officials, had been educated in the Confucian classics, was a highly literate young man, and very different from his grandfather, had never been a military campaigner, and was basically just a very different kind of individual. He signaled his views, his sort of cultural orientation in the name that he chose for the period of time that he was on the throne, what we call a reign title. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming, had selected the reign title Hongwu, which means vast martial virtue, and was emphasized his position as a warrior and hero. Zhu Yunwen adopts the title of Zhenwen, and Zhenwen means to nourish the cultural, to nourish the literary. Okay, so he was signaling through this and through his other actions that he was going to have a much closer working relationship with the literati officials. Far from mistrusting them, he really relied upon them. Indeed, in some ways, he thought of himself as one of them. He identified with the same sorts of values and ideals that the Confucian officials did. Well, Zhu Di, looking at this, saw his nephew as not seeking a more viable relationship with his officials, but as betraying, undermining the political culture which had been put in place by the founding emperor. And so he began to maneuver to take the throne for himself. And particularly between 1400 and 1402, he carried out a series of political and military actions which were designed to put the pressure on his nephew. In 1402, he led his military forces to the south, attacked the capital at Nanjing, and seized the throne. When he did so, he proclaimed himself emperor. He becomes the third emperor of the Ming dynasty, although in the official historiography for over 150 years, his nephew's reign was simply erased, and he presented himself as the second emperor, as if he had simply taken over directly from his father. Eventually, the Zhenwen emperor is put back in the official history, but that takes place quite a while later. Now, Zhu Di faced some problems when he seized the throne because he was not the legitimate emperor. He was a usurper, and he first had to deal with the fact that many of the Confucian officials would not recognize his usurpation, his seizure of power. In particular, a man named Fang Xiaoru defied him in open court when the emperor ordered Fang to write an edict proclaiming that he, Zhu Di, was the legitimate emperor. Fang Xiaoru refused to do so, and he was rather brutally executed along with other officials who refused to accept, 朱棣 seizure of power. Nonetheless, Although he had been critical of his nephew, and although he intended to restore the proper line of succession as he saw it, and to respect and honor Zhu Yuanzhang as the founding emperor, in practice, Zhu Di was much more friendly, I suppose you could say. He had a much better relationship with the Confucian officials than his father had. He does not return after the executions associated with his seizure of power. He does not return to a pattern of these sort of periodic purges of attacking the officials from time to time, and instead he begins to cultivate a much more positive relationship with his officials once, of course, they have accepted the legitimacy of his position. In particular, he becomes involved with building up the power of one institution within the central government, and this is what's called the Grand Secretariat. The Grand Secretariat technically was simply a document processing office. Edicts that were going to be issued, proclamations that were going to be made, reports coming in from officials in the provinces or from the government ministries in the capital, memorials, requests for funds, things like that. All this paperwork passed through the Grand Secretariat. What Zhu Di does is to imbue the Grand Secretariat with a consultative function. He gives it. He gives the officials who are the leaders of the Grand Secretariat, in particular, the role of counselors, of advisors to him as the emperor, and this begins to make the Grand Secretariat into really the most important policy-making, policy-formulating body within the imperial government. The other great legacy that Zhu Di leaves is the city of Beijing, the capital of the Ming Dynasty from 1420 on, and the capital of China today is this great city built at the northern end of the North China Plain. He takes over this site at the time of the overthrow of the Mongols. He's made prince of this particular location and has already lived there most of his adult life. And when he is emperor, he decides to move the imperial capital from Nanjing to Beijing. And indeed, the names of these cities today stem from his actions in the 14 teens. Nanjing means southern capital. Beijing means northern capital. And so he moves from the southern capital to the northern capital, although he keeps Nanjing as a secondary center, a subsidiary political center as well. He moves 100,000 families of carpenters and artisans of various kinds up to the north so that they can build a great capital. The palaces that are at the heart of the imperial city that still stand in central Beijing today date from this time. He moves the sort of center of the city a little bit south. The old Mongol city was a little bit further north than the present-day center of Beijing. But basically builds on the site of the Mongol capital and makes this his administrative center, and it remains the capital except for a brief period in the first half of the 20th century, from 1420 on down to today. Now, under Zhu Di, who reigns, by the way, I should mention his reign title too, because often the Ming emperors are referred to both ways. He's known as the Yongle Emperor. Yongle means eternal happiness or eternal joy, or sometimes everlasting happiness, something like that. Under his reign, China embarks upon a very unusual undertaking. And I want to just take a few minutes to talk about this because it's a subject that is often of great interest and has recently come in for some popular attention in books and articles. And these are a series of voyages. Great fleet is assembled, is built, and beginning about 1405 and running down indeed even after the death of Zhu Di in 1424. These voyages continue for another decade. A series of 7 of these great exploratory voyages are sent out by China to Southeast Asia, to the Indian Ocean, to the east coast of Africa, to the Persian Gulf. They are commanded by a man named Zheng He, and Zheng He is a eunuch, probably a Muslim. He comes from a part of the Southeast China coast where many Muslim trading families had lived for generations, if not centuries. And he is placed in command of these great expeditions. Hundreds of ships were involved, and the largest of these ships were several times the size of the vessels that Columbus commanded when he sailed across the Atlantic about 70 years later. And the Ming voyages, as they're called, or the voyages of Zheng He, as they're sometimes referred to, went all over what for the Chinese in many ways was the known world. There are records of these ships coming to ports all over Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. Monuments that were erected by the Chinese when they traveled and made these port calls are still in place in many areas. Chinese trade goods, which had preceded the great voyages. Chinese maritime traders had been traveling over these same routes for centuries. What's unique about Zheng He's voyages is that they were official. They were launched by the Chinese government, not by private traders. And Chinese trade goods are found all over this region as well, including on the east coast of Africa. These voyages, there's been a lot of debate within the ranks of Chinese historians, both at the time and since, about why they were launched, and then, of course, about why they were stopped. Some people argue that they were launched because Zhu Di wanted to find his nephew when he occupied Nanjing in 1402 and the imperial palace was burned. The body of the genuine emperor was never located, and there were rumors that he had escaped and was living in Southeast Asia and might return to claim the throne someday. And so some people speculate that the voyages were launched to seek him out. It seems rather a massive undertaking for such an objective. More likely is simply the desire of Zhu Yuanzhang to demonstrate his power, to show the glory of China, and perhaps to demonstrate the legitimacy of his rule by showing the flag, by exploring officially, sending representatives to many of the countries, many of the places that regularly traded with China. The end of the expeditions, I think, is actually a lot more easy to understand than why they were launched in the first place. The voyages were discontinued after 1435. As we'll see in the next lecture, by this time there's a significant reorientation within the imperial state, within the sort of political culture of China, and a return to more traditional strategic concerns, which were largely directed not towards the sea, not towards the maritime world beyond China's coast, but to the inner Asian frontiers, where Chinese had perceived strategic threats originating for thousands of years already. By that time, new emperors, younger emperors were on the throne. The Grand Secretariat was even more powerful than it had been under Zhu Di, and China was moving into a new era of internal expansion and development. We'll pick up the story of the Middle Ming and the growth of the economy and the elaboration of social and cultural life in the next lecture. The Ming Dynasty, which had been founded in chaos and rebellion at the latter part of the 14th century, and had gone through some fairly tumultuous times in the reigns of the first emperors, stabilizes by the middle of the 15th century. And indeed, the Ming then embarks upon a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, domestic economic expansion, which makes it one of the golden ages in Chinese history. It's a period that even today is looked back upon by many Chinese as one of the finer eras in their past. After the reign of the Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di, the dynamism of the monarchy seems to fade a bit. The great strengths and charisma of the founding emperor and of Zhu Di himself give way to a succession of emperors, several of whom are fairly nondescript. There are some good emperors later on in the Ming, but in the immediate wake of Zhu Di's passing in 1424, there are several emperors who don't contribute much to leadership. He was immediately succeeded by his son, Zhu Gaozhi, who reigned for less than a year in 1425. The next emperor, Zhu Jianji, held the throne from 1426 to 1435, but didn't prove to be a very dynamic ruler. And he then is succeeded by Zhu Qizhen, who was only 8 years old when he comes to the throne in 1435. In this period, in the wake of the disappearance of strong leadership on the part of the emperor, not surprisingly, it is the Grand Secretariat which emerges as the principal political force in China, the kind of central office of the imperial government. And indeed, during this period, there are three remarkable individuals who served in the Grand Secretariat, who came to be themselves the leading political figures of their time. There were other Grand Secretaries during this period. These aren't the only three individuals in the Grand Secretariat, but they stand out in part, I suppose, because they all shared the same surname. They were all named Yang, and the Chinese refer to them collectively as the three Yangs, the San Yang in Chinese. Yang Shiqi was, in addition to being a Grand Secretary and one of the leading political figures of the day, was one of the most prominent literary authorities of his time as well. He sort of dominates the writing scene at this time. The other two, Yang Rong and Yang Pu, were Grand Secretaries who had come into office under Zhu Di, and they continued, along with Yang Shiqi, to guide the affairs of state for a decade and a half after Zhu Di's death. Through the rest of the 1420s, the 1430s, into the early 1440s, these three men and the other leaders in the Grand Secretariat were the most powerful figures, powerful officials, Confucian officials, in the Chinese state. However, during this period, another source of power, another group of power holders, in a sense, comes to prominence and begins to give to the Ming dynasty, to the Ming state, a somewhat unusual quality. And these were eunuchs. Now, eunuchs had been part of the palace scene as long as we know in Chinese history. If you go all the way back to the very earliest texts, to some of the classical works like the Book of Songs, there are references to eunuchs in these. There are references to the organization of the eunuchs in the palace in the early ritual texts referring to the Zhou dynasty. So we know that eunuchs had been around for a very, very long time in China. And they played a particular role within the sort of cosmological order of the imperial system. Because within the palace, the emperor represented the creative force of Yang, and the imperial women, his harem, were a kind of reservoir of yin, the feminine receptive force. In the imperial palace, the desire was that there be no Yang, no male creative force that wasn't the emperor. And so to staff the palace, to have individuals there who could perform the menial tasks of maintenance and cleaning and things like that, it had become the practice to employ castrated males, eunuchs. This, of course, also meant that they were unlikely to meddle with the imperial succession by fostering illegitimate children or anything like that. In the Han Dynasty, in the Tang Dynasty, eunuchs within the palace had been able to parlay their position, their special access to the imperial family, into exceptional power. And both of those dynasties in their final stages had seen great conflicts, purges of eunuchs, massacres of eunuchs. In the Ming Dynasty, this process gets off to a rather different start and takes on a much greater dimension than in previous instances. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor, had excluded eunuchs. He had known enough of history and the precedents of the past that he put up a proclamation saying that eunuchs were not to be allowed access to government documents. They were not allowed, in fact, to be taught to read, and anyone who violated this would be subject to severe punishments. But Zhu Di, when he was conspiring and preparing to seize power, had used eunuchs from his princely palace as emissaries and as secret agents as he prepared to launch his attack on his nephew at Nanjing. Even after seizing the throne, Zhu Di continued to employ eunuchs as his personal agents, perhaps carrying on to some extent his father's mistrust of the literati, even while building up the power of the Grand Secretariat. Zhu Di wanted to have individuals in his employ who were completely dependent upon him. The literati, of course, had their own power base. They were landowners for the most part. They had the examination system. They had a sort of separate identity, which kept them more or less autonomous within the political system. They were dependent upon the emperor. They were appointed by the emperor, and yet they were not completely the emperor's creatures. The eunuchs, on the other hand, were entirely dependent upon their imperial masters. Zhu Di gave eunuchs not only these sorts of secret missions, but allowed them to become involved in the handling of documents, the transmission of information within the palace. And indeed, right at the end of his reign, he set the stage for the founding of what comes to be known as the Inner Palace School, which was an academy within the imperial grounds for the training of eunuchs so that they could help with the documentary processes of government. This was a direct contravention of Zhu Yuanzhang's wishes, but Zhu Di seems not to have been overly troubled by that. So the mature Ming state, as we see it from, say, the 1530s on, includes a sort of balance that has to be maintained between the power of the eunuchs in the inner palace and the power of the Confucian officials in the outer court and in the empire at large. Late in the dynasty, certain emperors begin to actually send eunuch commissioners out from the palace to oversee various kinds of economic actions, to conduct sort of secret police functions. The emperors come to use the eunuchs as almost as surrogates for imperial power, while the Confucian officials maintain the regular bureaucracy and have to find ways to deal with the power that eunuchs have gained. So it creates a special kind of a challenge, a special set of political circumstances that we need to bear in mind when we look at Ming history. Eunuchs, given the power that they came to have, given the wealth that some of them came to have, sought to legitimize themselves, sought to make themselves less offensive, less problematic. As mutilated individuals, they were felt to be unfilial. They hadn't maintained the bodies they had received from their parents. They certainly weren't going to be carrying on their ancestral lineage. And this was seen as very ritually bad by the Confucian officials. To overcome that, to sort of legitimize themselves in public eyes, many powerful eunuchs in the Ming became patrons of art, patrons of Buddhism, founded monasteries, things like that. Well, the state, the Ming state, by the middle of the 15th century, has kind of settled into a routine of governance. The literati in their traditional role, certainly the role that they felt rightfully belonged to them, of running the imperial bureaucracy, maintaining the examination system, dominating the cultural life of the empire. The eunuchs, very powerful within the palace, but still functioning essentially in the interests of the monarchy, keeping the state going. While this goes on the political level, Ming society is embarking on a great age of expansion and development. And in part, this is facilitated by actions of the government itself. The Ming Dynasty possessed, from very early on, this was one of Zhu Yuanzhang's priorities when he came to the throne, a very well-developed system of internal communication, particularly for government. Part of Zhu Yuanzhang's obsession, if you will, with knowing everything that was going on, was to have information flow to him from all over the empire as efficiently as possible. And accordingly, he had built up a system of communications, of post roads that extended all over the empire. There were postal stations every a few miles or so along these routes. Horses were maintained at the different stations. Lodgings were provided for couriers. It took perhaps as long as 5 weeks to get to the very southern extremities of the empire, but that was actually fairly rapid in terms of standards of communication and transportation in the world at that time. This system of official post roads, stations, communications became the core, the infrastructure for a much more expansive system that was used not by only official representatives, but by merchants and other kinds of travelers. Since these roads were already there, since there were there was an imperial presence at these post stations along the way, there were guards, the imperial army tended to be garrisoned along these routes, they were safe. And so travelers, merchants in particular, who wanted to be traveling with money or with goods, found it safe to travel along these same roadways. So the Ming official postal roads became the network of the trading system of the Ming Dynasty as well. That, in turn, contributed to further economic growth as services directed towards these commercial travelers began to spring up in conjunction with the official stations. There might be an official station where imperial couriers would stop and change their horses and eat and rest, and around those grew up hostels, taverns, inns, other kinds of services to be provided for private travelers, but in the same places, along the same roads, and under the same basically secure conditions. Merchants were also allowed to utilize certain government facilities, particularly the transport barges on the Grand Canal. The Grand Canal was used to ship grain, which was grown in southeastern China, north to the imperial capital. Beijing at this time was such a large city, it was unable to meet its grain needs from the immediate countryside around it, and so grain was shipped from the south to the north. When these barges traveled back south, or even on the northern journey, if they weren't full, they could be utilized by merchants to ship commercial goods. So there were a number of ways in which the official infrastructure of the Ming state contributed to and encouraged the growth of the domestic economy. We see in this period, from the beginning of the 15th century on through the 16th and even beyond, a revival and indeed a further intensification of the process of regional economic specialization that we talked about back in the Southern Song, where certain areas within China began to develop particular specialized kinds of production. The textile centers in the Jiangnan region, where cotton was grown and spun and woven, where silk was produced, the tea growing centers of Zhejiang and Hunan, the great imperial kilns at Jingdezhen in northern Jiangxi province returned to their very large scale operations. These kinds of centers of production meant that you had large population areas where They were producing things, either growing things or manufacturing things, which were then traded out into a national market, and indeed beyond China into an international market. But those areas of specialized production also became areas of consumption, because families which had formerly been subsistence farmers or self-sufficient farmers now were producing, say, cotton for the market or tea for the market, but weren't producing their own food. And so it became necessary to import food into these areas. And these exchanges, these long-distance exchanges, going often along these imperial routes of communication and transport, revived and intensified the commercialization, the growth of the Chinese commercial economy. That growth is reflected, the more complex kinds of economic operations that were attendant upon this kind of economic growth are reflected, for example, in the development of financial institutions, bills of trade, the circulation of paper money, which had been experimented with back in the southern Song, is tried again in the Ming Dynasty. Certain sort of proto-banking institutions begin to develop. Interestingly, particularly in Shanxi province in the northwest, where financial instruments, paper financial instruments, not government money, but private commercial paper, begins to circulate and begins to be used during the Ming. While domestic growth is in many ways enhanced and facilitated by government action, the international situation is a little bit more complex. The Ming government, particularly after 1435, after the end of the voyages of exploration that had been commanded by the eunuch Zheng He, the official view of the Ming state is rather negative on international trade. When the dynasty had first been established, one of Zhu Yuanzhang's concerns had been for coastal security. There had been some resistance to the establishment of Ming rule on the southeast coast, and there's something called the Maritime Interdict, which is an effort to control trade, coastal trade, is put in place. And this remains a concern through much of the Ming dynasty. It's not so much an effort, a real effort to totally eliminate trade as to regulate it very, very carefully. There are times when trade is banned completely, but for the most part, the government simply tries to regulate it very carefully. But that's very problematic because the impulse to trade is very strong. And what happens is when the state is clamping down on trade, trade goes into private hands and indeed into outlaw hands. And one of the chronic security issues in the Ming dynasty in the 15th and 16th century is piracy. People who are traveling on the sea and who are going from port to port and who are acquiring goods and acquiring wealth cannot do this legally, and so they wind up becoming pirates. And when they are resisted by coastal authorities, they wind up raiding instead of trading, and this becomes a chronic problem along the coast in the Ming, particularly during certain periods. Nonetheless, there is official trade or officially tolerated trade that continues throughout this period, and indeed, particularly with Japan, what gets established is what comes to be known as the tally trade, which isn't a trade in tallies, but it's the use of tallies of markers. Which are sort of divided in half so that the Japanese merchant has one half and the Chinese official has the other half. And when the merchant comes to port, you can match the halves together. And that proves that this is an authorized, a legally sanctioned exchange rather than a kind of piracy. And that served to facilitate trade with Japan. This was particularly important because Japan at this time had discovered rather significant deposits of silver, and silver mining was going on fairly significantly in Japan. And the flow of silver from Japan into China helped to facilitate the monetization of the Chinese economy, the increased use of money rather than barter in the Chinese domestic economy. That trend towards monetization and the encouragement to commercial growth that that went along with it becomes even more significant when we get to the latter part of the 16th century. Of course, at this time, in the New World, the Spanish, who have been establishing their colonial empire in Central and South America, begin to mine a tremendous amount of silver themselves, both in Mexico and even more so down at Potosi in Bolivia and Peru. And this new supply of silver begins to flow into the global economy in the last third of the 16th century. In the 1570s, the Spanish acquire a trading post at Manila in the Philippines, and very, very quickly, the Chinese begin to trade extensively with the Spanish. So a large flow of silver coming out of Mexico, going across the Pacific to Manila, and then from Manila entering into China, gives even greater impetus to commercial growth and development in China. That process of commercialization, both in terms of the...
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, my lord, I can hear you.
Hold on. Not hearing French in. Simius, you're cutting in and out. What's going on? I know you are. I know. Jin, I'm talking to somebody else. Apologies. Simius, how are you? Oh, okay. You're funny. Jin, you are funny. Okay. Simius, how are you, dog? What language do you know? Okay, un momento, por favor. Sí. Un momento. Español, España, Mexico. Un momento. What's up, big dog? I hope you know that Harry Potter is going to the moon. We are going to be very rich people, and you are in the right spot. I'm glad you're here.
¿Qué pasa, Big Dog? Espero que sepas que Harry Potter va a ir a la luna. Seremos muy ricos si estás en el lugar correcto. Me alegro de que estés aquí.
Excellent. I'm going to send you an invitation to my Discord. I'm live 24/7 in this Telegram, but also in a Discord. Feel free to drop by. We've got a lot of people from the community in there. So just one moment. I'm going to send you an invitation, okay?
Excelente. Te voy a enviar una invitación a mi Discord. Estoy en vivo las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana en este Telegram, pero también en un Discord. No dudes en pasarte. Tenemos a mucha gente de la comunidad allí, así que espera un momento. Te voy a enviar una invitación, ¿de acuerdo?
Okay, I will go.
If you have a moment, please check your instant messages. I just sent you a DM.
Si tienes un momento, revisa tus mensajes instantáneos. Te acabo de enviar un mensaje directo.
We talk about some really interesting things on my stream. I live stream my life 24/7, 365, and have been for more than 3 years. I've been in the community for more than 1 year, live streaming in this Telegram. Data is very valuable, and I have more data than any person ever on the internet in global history.
Hablamos de algunas cosas muy interesantes en mi stream. Te dejé mi like, 24 séptimos 365 y lo he estado por más de 3 años. Llevo más de 1 año en la comunidad transmitiendo en vivo. En este Telegram los datos son muy valiosos y tengo más datos que cualquier persona en Internet en la historia global.
Some of the things that we discuss on this stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, life extension technology, mind uploading technology. We talk about nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, geothermal technology, all kinds of futuristic stuff. It's very interesting.
Algunas de las cosas que discutimos en esta transmisión son cosas como, no puedo soportar la gravedad, la antimateria, la revelación extraterrestre, la tecnología de extensión de la vida, la tecnología de transferencia de información mental. Hablamos sobre la energía nuclear, la fisión nuclear, la fusión nuclear, la tecnología geotérmica, todo tipo de cosas futuristas que son muy interesantes.
Gracias. Bye-bye. There we go. That's how we do it.
As soon as history or geography. Let's go. Chat. Oh, dear Ricardo, I am so terribly sorry for blocking you, so you cannot nerd me at me. Please accept my humble friendliness and restore my powers as efficiency. Bro. Bro, what do you? Bro. I feel like this is like, oh, is he actually just gonna give you your shit back after being violated like that? He just gave you back the rules. Like you violated him. He didn't even. Like that's not even an apology. Oh my god, the game feels so good. Yeah. Yeah, these are so bad. The building is like really delayed. Oh, now I can build and edit like I normally would. Pre-fire, like I can actually see or not. I feel like I'm on 360 FPS now. Boom, boom, boom. I just fell. Oh, he just took that. He just took that. Okay, that was good. That was good. The wall that he just took, I can't believe he just did that. Okay, I don't even know, but I was crushed. Wait, oh, this map is unreal. Boom, take that. Okay, now that is what lag helps you with, bro. When I build a floor and a cone and just pop out, you just blow my ass. Ain't no way we're gonna beat each other on our own server. There's no way this is gonna happen. We're gonna beat each other on ping, bro. Like we should switch
servers now and just play on ASP. Maybe we were like hypnotized, bro. Maybe high ping is the meta. Behind you, above you, and I just but I'm going up again. Oh, I can't side jump even here. Wait, who called my name? I know that. I heard the edits, bro. You did like, oh shit. You did like 20,000 edits. Yeah, that's good. It's gonna feel like they just falsely blame me for saying R. Maybe that's why they got me. He sounds like he's under 13. Maybe that's what he's being. 65 game, really? 41 game, really?
Dynamic Emperor Wu all the way back in the Han. Zhang Zhuzheng sets out to reform the revenue system, the taxation system, and to restrain the excesses of both local officials and private wealthy families in local society. He wants to also reform the tax system in response to changes that are taking place in the Chinese economy with the growth of commercialization and the monetization of the economy. In other words, he's responding to some of the developments that have been taking place in the course of the Ming, and in particular to the flow of silver into the Chinese economy. He undertakes a series of reforms. He wants to carry out a survey across the empire to determine who owns land, how much land they own, what the quality of that land is, and what the proper evaluation and tax burden should be in association with that land. There hasn't been a comprehensive survey of the empire since 1393 at this point. And so Zhang Zhuzheng simply wants to bring the records of the revenue system, the knowledge of the central government into line with realities which will have changed significantly out there in the field, out in the provinces. To do this, he sends officials out to try to survey land, to try to go through the existing records, to try to determine ownership and use and things like that. He also undertakes a series of reforms designed to make the collection of taxes both easier and more efficient, to streamline it so that it's easier for people to pay their taxes, and to reform it in such a way that a greater proportion of taxes that are paid wind up in the imperial treasury. Okay? Now, the central aspect of his reforms, what come to be known as the single whip reforms, well, there are two basic aspects to it. One is timing, and the other is the way in which taxes were paid. Taxes had traditionally been paid in kind. In other words, not in money, but in grain or cloth. And these taxes were accordingly collected at times of the year when grain or cloth would be likely to be in good supply. Grain taxes tended to be collected in the fall after the harvest came in. Cloth taxes tended to be collected in the spring when the winter weaving season was completed. Okay, so this had been the practice from time immemorial. What Zhang Zhuzheng wants to do is to convert the payment of taxes from essentially a sort of barter transaction to a cash transaction and have taxes be paid now in silver. And indeed, he does this, and this aspect of the single whip reforms is put into effect. He also consolidates the payment of various kinds of taxes, which had previously been assessed in terms of so much grain or so much cloth, into single lump sum payments in money. Okay, so it's a good system. It allows people to pay their taxes efficiently. If they're grain dealers, to sell grain and get money. If they're cloth merchants, to sell cloth and get money. If they're farmers, to sell whatever it is they're producing and get money. Everybody can use the common currency of exchange, which is silver, and the taxes are denominated in terms of silver. And so in those parts of the empire where commercial development has been taking place, which is where large centers of wealth, of course, have come to be concentrated, this proves to be a very effective set of reforms. His efforts to survey the empire and to get a better sense of the taxes that people actually owe and who owns the land does not go as well as the monetary reforms. And this is because the wealthy families that own land don't really want the records to be accurate. It's not in their interest to have this survey take place. And of course, here we see, once again, the classic sort of contradictory situation of the literati elite. On the one hand, literati serve in the government. It is from the ranks of the literati that government officials are recruited through the examination system. And in their capacity as officials, in their capacity as servants of the monarchy, of course, they're part of the system that is out there trying to do this survey and trying to get a better understanding of the financial situation. But the literati are also the local elites. They tend to be the wealthy landowning families, and particularly in the wealthier parts of the empire, the Jiangnan area, the southeast coast, the Yangtze River Valley, there's a contradiction. In their capacity as private citizens, in their capacity as local elites, they want to resist the efforts of the state to extract more wealth from their land. And so they resist the efforts to conduct this survey. They sort of thwart and frustrate the officials who are sent out, and they are fairly effective at undermining Zhang Zhuzheng's ability to carry out this survey. And indeed, they resent his actions so much that as the decade of the 1570s goes on, Zhang Zhuzheng becomes politically suspect. He becomes the political enemy of large contingents within the ranks of the literati, even within the ranks of literati serving as officials. It's felt that he's going too far, that he's pushing an activist line for the state, where in fact the state should be a little more hands-off and allow the literati, the local elites, to manage affairs more directly themselves. Now, eventually, by the beginning of the 1580s, this will lead to Zhang Zhuzheng's downfall from power. At the same time, though, the effects of his monetary reforms, the effects of the single whip reforms in terms of paying taxes in silver instead of in kind, also become a little more complex. As I said, in those parts of the empire where commercial development has been taking place, this is a very effective reform. It's a popular reform. It's easier on the citizens who are paying taxes, and it results in better revenues for the government. But in other parts of the empire, areas where commercial growth has not been as extensive, areas where silver is not widely in circulation, the single whip reforms become a burden. And in fact, they make the situation worse for many people. Peasant farmers living in, say, the northwest or the far southwest in Shanxi or Guizhou provinces find themselves having to take their relatively meager crops and sell them for money so that they can pay their taxes. The problem with that is that in these areas, less silver is in circulation, more copper is in circulation. Copper coins, copper cash are in circulation. So they sell their grain for copper cash, which they then in turn have to convert into silver. And the exchange rate between silver and copper is very biased against copper. So you wind up spending more copper to get the silver you need to pay your taxes than you would if you were simply paying your taxes in grain or cloth, or even if you could just pay them in copper coins. So the single whip reforms have a negative impact on large parts of the empire away from the coastal areas and the Yangtze River Valley. And at first, this isn't particularly significant. When the reforms are first put into place, the flow of silver that's coming into the treasury looks so good that nobody really worries about it very much, and the situation takes a while to develop to the point where these tensions, the disparities between the more commercialized and the less commercialized part of the empire really begin to become a serious problem. By that time, Zhang Zhuzheng is long gone. He falls from power at the beginning of the 1580s, largely because of the resentment and resistance against him on the part of local elites who use influence within the imperial system to bring him down. That perhaps would have been simply a passing episode if circumstances had then not become even more problematic for the effectiveness of the government. And what comes into play now is a very complex sort of philosophical and cultural process. At the end of the 16th century, the government of the Ming Dynasty, the imperial state, goes into a kind of gridlock. It ceases to function effectively, not so much on the day-to-day level, but on the level of being able to respond to changing circumstances, to respond to newly arising problems. It continues to run along pretty well just in terms of the everyday operations of government, the collecting of taxes, the paying of officials, the monitoring of local circumstances. But political debate, political discussion, the political process, if you will, grinds to more or less a halt because it becomes moralized. We get what we call a moralization of political discourse or of political rhetoric at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century that makes it very difficult for the state to function effectively. The roots of this, the origins of this, are in the ideas of a man named Wang Yangming. Wang Yangming was a philosopher, he was a scholar, he was an official, he had a very successful government career, and he proves to be, in some ways, the last great Confucian philosopher in imperial times, where Zhu Xi had, back in the southern Sung, brought together a lot of ideas and formulated them into the system that we sometimes call Neo-Confucianism, or the learning of the way. Wang Yangming now takes certain elements within that tradition of Confucianism and gives them somewhat different interpretations, emphasizes certain aspects of them, and this gives rise to philosophical developments which he may not actually have anticipated the way that they would play out fully, but which come by the end of the 16th century to cause significant problems. So let me unpack this a little bit and talk about what these ideas were and how they came to be somewhat problematic. The critical idea within Wang Yangming's thought was that everyone has within them what he calls an innate knowledge of the good. Okay, there's actually nothing new about this in the sense that he doesn't make it up. It's not an idea that he introduces into Confucianism. It's an idea that has been there all along, but he takes it out sort of moves it to center stage and puts a particular emphasis on it. What the idea of the innate knowledge of the good means, and certain of his followers go much further than he did in drawing the implications of this out. What it means is that individuals have a responsibility for moral judgment. Okay? In Confucianism prior to this, the tendency had been for most people, the vast majority of people, to simply defer moral judgment to their superiors, to the elite, particularly to the literati. The literati as the bearers of the literary cultural tradition, as the educated elite, the people who were steeped in the Confucian classics, were looked to provide the leadership, the moral models for other people to follow. Wang Yangming's ideas suggest that individuals would find within themselves the source of moral responsibility, that they would have a personal conscience, that they would have a personal agency in acting in the world. And Wang Yangming placed an additional emphasis on the idea of the unity of knowledge and action. It wasn't enough to simply know what was good, to have an innate knowledge of the good. It was imperative that you act on the basis of that knowledge. And again, this is consistent with Confucian teaching over the previous 1,500 and more years. But in conjunction with his emphasis on the innate knowledge of the good being in everyone, this idea that it was necessary to act on that knowledge really has almost revolutionary implications. It comes to be seen in the context of the 16th century, in the context of all the many other changes taking place in China at this time, the growth of a commercial economy, many things that are similar to circumstances in early modern Europe. This comes to be seen as a sort of rise of Chinese individualism, a kind of individualist humanism, very similar to things taking place at the same time in European thought. Well, as the 16th century went on, Wang Yangming himself dies in 1529, but as his followers interpreted and developed his ideas, a variety of popular movements took place. People from non-literati backgrounds, merchants, even ordinary peasants, farmers, artisans, became involved in movements based upon or growing out of the ideas of Wang Yangming. Sometimes these defied the power of officials. Sometimes they set up utopian communal experiments, all based upon the idea that it was not necessary to defer to the power and authority of others, but rather to act on the basis of their own moral insights, their own moral knowledge. Not surprisingly, these ideas also gained a lot of currency amongst the educated elite. Most of Wang Yangming's followers were themselves members of the literati elite. These debates about morality, these discussions about individual moral responsibility and agency, penetrated the political culture of the Ming state. And by the end of the century, they began to permeate it in such a way that political debate, political discussion became not a matter of seeking out a compromise position between two different policy orientations, which both were seen as essentially legitimate, but rather conflicts between good and evil. If I have an innate moral knowledge of the good, and my moral knowledge of the good tells me that this is the thing to do, and you say, oh no, that's not the thing to do, that's the thing to do over here, then it's not just that we have different views, but my view is good, so yours must be bad. And this moralization of politics means that rather than seeking compromise and pragmatism, everybody starts to seek the victory of their morally pure position and the defeat of their evil enemies. That kind of process doesn't work very well in terms of the day-to-day functions of a political administration. This becomes particularly problematic because disputes develop at the imperial court. The Wanli emperor, who had already been married and had an empress and a young son who was to be his heir when he came to the throne, as a young emperor acquires a new imperial favorite, has a son with her, he then wishes to have her be his empress, and that son replace the existing heir. The Confucian officials refuse to comply with this. They criticize the emperor on the grounds of their moral interpretation, but the emperor refuses to accept their criticisms, and a disconnect, a tension between the emperor and his officials begins to limit the effectiveness of the court. It begins to, the emperor withdraws from regular involvement with his officials. He removes himself from the day-to-day administration of the empire. This is why I say that although the Wanli emperor had many good qualities and capacities which might have made him a great emperor, the way that his reign develops, he disengages from policy, he disengages from administration, and that means that he's unable to really become the kind of great emperor that he might potentially have been. By the time we get to the beginning of the 17th century, we go into the early 1600s, the moralization of politics goes even further. And at this point, we see in particular the emergence of something called the Donglin Academy. Donglin means Eastern Forest, and it's simply the name of a school in the Jiangnan area that serves as the center for a movement amongst young literati. Political parties, formal political organizations, these simply don't exist in the traditional political culture of China. All the way back in the Song dynasty, figures like Ouyang Shou had argued that perhaps political factions were okay. Perhaps the association of public-spirited gentlemen who shared political views was a good thing. But that had not been accepted, and factional organizations were banned. It was not acceptable to do this. Nonetheless, people who did share common ideas, common values, common aspirations within the literati elite did get together in various ways. Normally, they did this under the cover of what they called literary societies, poetry groups, gardening clubs. But they often got together and talked about politics and the issues of the day, and sometimes coordinated actions and activities in ways that sought to promote their views and a kind of political program. Well, the Donglin Academy goes one step further. It becomes, in some ways, the closest thing to an organized political movement that we see in China prior to the 20th century. The Donglin Academy had certainly a very clear set of shared values. The participants in the Donglin movement sought to help each other out politically, sought to advance essentially their common program within the institutional framework of the examination system and the imperial bureaucracy. Now, the way that this fits into this whole problem of moralization of discourse is that the Donglin Party presented itself as the morally pure group. They were the clean politics guys. They criticized the existing officials within the state as being morally corrupt. And the basis that they had for this criticism was that the emperor was still refusing to cooperate with those officials. The emperor was still insisting that he wanted to name the new empress, he wanted to name a new heir apparent. The officials, had they truly been upright moral individuals, would have been able to sway the emperor by the power of their moral examples. Since they hadn't been able to do that, that only proved how corrupt they were. And it was necessary, therefore, for people like the Donglin partisans to replace them so that they could bring correct moral leadership to the empire. Now, of course, it's easy to see this as simply an exercise in partisan politics. The Donglin group is the out group. the group that doesn't have political power, that doesn't have access to the highest offices, and they want to get that access. They want to replace the individuals who do have that power. The way to do that is not through a process of sort of political activity, as we would normally conceive of it, but is through a moral attack, a moral critique. We need to get them out of office, not because they're doing a bad job, but because they're bad people. Okay? When you reach that level of confrontation, when you put politics into that kind of moral framework, it becomes very difficult to find ways to reach practical arrangements to allow things to happen. Eventually, this culminates in the 1620s, after the end of the Wan Li reign, in a great series of purges, of factional conflicts at court. Large groups of individuals are executed. Powerful eunuchs seize leading positions briefly, and the dynasty is deeply, deeply damaged. Ironically, in the end, when the Wan Li emperor dies in 1620, the son, whom he had wished to name as his heir, has died already, predeceases the emperor, and the entire argument, the entire conflict, proves to have been for naught. The death of the putative heir apparent means that in the end, it was the original heir, the son of the original empress, who succeeds the Wan Li emperor in 1620. So all the factionalism, all the conflict, all the supposed moral problems at the court proved to have been for nothing in terms of a practical outcome. But the damage that they have done to the system by 1620 is so severe that once the Wan Li emperor himself is gone from the scene, and we have again a series of relatively ineffective emperors in the mid-1620s, it allows this factional conflict to simply erupt in a way that costs many, many lives and further paralyzes the ability of the Ming state to act effectively. Well, the inability of the Ming government to do much other than turn in upon itself, to consume itself in factional, moralistic infighting at court, meant that problems in society and in the economy simply got worse and worse. No one, in a sense, was minding the shop. And so the discrepancy, the disparity between the prosperity of the coastal regions and the poverty of the interior, particularly the Northwest and Southwest, that situation simply got worse and worse. In particular, the burden of silver taxation began to depress the livelihood of farmers, particularly in the Northwest. And this led to people defaulting on their taxes, people having assets seized, people losing their land, and a downward spiral of economic circumstances in that part of the empire that began to push people outside the bounds of lawful society. And we will see shortly that banditry and eventually rebellion grows out of the deteriorating economic situation in the Northwest. Even in the parts of the empire where commercial growth was proceeding, where wealth was expanding, further tensions, further contradictions were arising within Ming society. Merchants who were excluded from participation in the examination system and from meaningful influence in public affairs were now around in much greater numbers with much greater wealth, and they were clamoring for some more meaningful role within public life. They competed with traditional elites in various kinds of consumerism, in art, in clothing, in housing, in building up great libraries and things like that, and also in charitable actions. The gridlock that afflicts the Ming state from the late 16th century all through the first quarter of the 17th century finally means that as new forces begin to emerge outside China, particularly beyond the Great Wall in the northeast, no one is effectively prepared to respond to them. The Manchu people who arise in the Northeast at this time will come to be the successors of the Ming. But for that story, we'll have to wait until the next lecture. We've been talking about the crises, the gridlock that had afflicted the Ming Dynasty from the end of the 16th through the first few decades of the 17th century. Many of the factors that we've looked at in this were internal, were domestic, concerns about the political factionalism that was centered on the court and the imperial bureaucracy, problems in the economy, problems with the immiseration of peasants in parts of the country where tax burdens had been made heavier by the conversion to cash. But while all that was going on within the Ming system, outside of China, off in what is now northeastern China, but then was beyond the frontier, a new force was developing, which would come to be the successors to the Ming, would come to overthrow the last remnants of the Ming Dynasty and conquer China in the middle of the 17th century. And that force was in the form of a new people. And it's not often that we get to talk about the idea of a new people, people that we call the Manchus. Now, prior to the late 16th century, there were no Manchus. There was no one called by that name, no one with that sort of identity. The Manchus were, in a sense, a created ethnicity, a created culture. And they were the creation of a man named Nurhaci. Now, Nurhaci was himself a Jurchen. And remember, we talked about the Jurchen as one of the non-Chinese people who had invaded the north of China, conquered it back in the early 12th century, and established the Jin dynasty, which controlled North China until the Mongol conquest early in the 13th century. Well, Nurhaci was a Jurchen. The Jurchen people, after the fall of their dynasty, had returned to their traditional life in the forests and valleys of what is now northeastern China. Nurhaci was born around 1559, and as a young man, he conceived the ambition of restoring the glory of his people, regaining the power and prestige which they had possessed when they had invaded and conquered northern China and established the Jin. But he soon began to feel that the Jurchen people by themselves would not perhaps be the best vehicle for these ambitions. And he created a sort of super ethnic group by getting other tribal groups, tribal communities in the vicinity of the Jurchen people to affiliate themselves with his movement. In some instances, he did this via conquest. In some instances, he did this via what we might think of as diplomacy, by negotiating agreements and arrangements with other peoples in the area. In the first quarter of the 17th century, this new forged group began to call itself and began to be referred to as the Manchus. We don't know exactly where the term Manchu itself comes from. It may be derived from the name of a Buddhist spiritual figure called Manjushri, who is a sort of spiritual spirit of wisdom, very popular, particularly with Mongolian Buddhists, and the Mongols and the Manchus communicated with each other a lot, shared a lot of ideas. But wherever the name came from, this is how they began to identify themselves. And the Manchus they adopted a writing system. They began to write down their own legends, their own myths. They created a history of the Manchu people with a sort of origin myth and a long account that included the history of the Jurchen, but expanded to have a more comprehensive kind of perspective. They developed their relationship with the Mongols, who lived not in the mountains and valleys of the northeast, but out on the grasslands further west, through a number of links. Some of these had to do with religion. The adoption of Buddhism by many Manchus was part of this process, and the writing system which the Manchus used as they began to record their legends and histories was based upon the writing system of the Mongols. So they made a variety of cultural connections and cultural links. Through most of this period, through the first quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus seem to have principally been concerned with developing their own sense of identity, their own internal organization, their own consolidating their position in the territories which they already occupied. But as we moved into the second quarter of the 17th century, the Manchus began to directly challenge the Chinese, the Ming dynasty, for power, first in the northeast and then later, as we'll see, in China itself. Now, the Great Wall of China forms sort of the cultural frontier along most of its length. Inside the wall, to the south of the wall, is the area of settled agricultural society that we associate with Chinese civilization. Beyond the wall, to the north or west of the wall, are the areas of semi-nomadic peoples with civilizations, with cultures that are very different from those of China. In the Ming dynasty, the Great Wall really was the frontier for most of its length. But at the very eastern extremity of the wall, where it comes down to the sea, Chinese settlers had moved outside the Great Wall and had settled in what is now southern Manchuria. When the Manchus began to conceive and act on the ambition of challenging the Ming dynasty, this was the first area of activity. Now, in 1626, they signaled their ambitions by proclaiming a revived Jin dynasty, what they called the later Jin dynasty. And this was a signal that they intended to try to reclaim the heritage, reclaim some of the glory of their ancestors. They established a capital city at what is now the site of the city of Shenyang. The Manchus called it Mukden. And it was built along the same layout, with the same design as the Chinese capital at Beijing. So this, again, was a signal, a sort of representation of their imperial ambitions. Also, in 1635, the Manchu language, which was largely based upon Jurchen language, was made the official language of the court. The next year, in 1636, the name of the dynasty was changed. It was changed from Jin, which means gold, which was also the surname of many of the Manchus, including the most powerful family. And the new name was adopted. The new name which was adopted was the Qing dynasty. Now, Qing is a Chinese term, and it means pure. And the symbolism here was that on the one hand, there was an ambition to do more than simply revive the heritage of the Jin. They wanted to go beyond what the Jurchen had achieved earlier, not simply a partial conquest of China, but a complete takeover. And the other aspect of the symbolism of the title Qing was to purify China, to purge the empire of the corrupt elements which they attributed to the decadence of the Ming dynasty. And of course, this kind of symbolism, this kind of rationale for the overthrow of a dynasty is itself embedded in Chinese political traditions. It's an echo, it's a reflection of the doctrine of the mandate of heaven, which, of course, as we've discussed earlier, goes all the way back to the very origins of Chinese political history. In the 1630s, particularly towards the end of the 1630s, beginning of the 1640s, military campaigning against the Ming became more active and moved up to larger scale operations. In 1641, there was a great siege at the Ming garrison at a place called Jinzhou, outside the Great Wall, and eventually the Manchus succeeded in capturing the fortress, and this was a great victory for them. it became an even greater victory in that several of the generals of the Ming army who had been defeated then defected, went over to the Manchu side. They apparently felt that the Manchus did have the mandate of heaven, that their power was on the rise, and they chose to associate themselves with that new reality. By early 1644, the Manchus had established their control over all of the Northeast, right down to the line of the Great Wall. They had not been able to penetrate the Great Wall, but they now controlled the territory beyond the wall, all the way up into their ancestral homeland. Well, the situation in 1644 in China was pretty bleak. As we've talked about before, the crises that had been building up at the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century had not been addressed by the Ming state. The imperial government was ineffective. It was locked up by internal factional conflicts, by the moralization of political debate and discourse, which meant that compromise and pragmatic policy solutions were much more difficult to produce and to put into effect. The financial problems of the dynasty had begun to intensify as well. In the Northwest and the Southwest, the areas where commercialization had not advanced as far, the rationalizations, the reforms of the tax system, which had been put in place back in the 1570s, finally began to really have some very negative effects. Larger and larger numbers of farmers were not able to maintain their tax payments. The process of selling their crops, getting copper coins, converting those to silver, and then paying their taxes in silver was not a very good one for them. And it led to increasing defaults, loss of property, and a growing landless group within the peasant population. Even in the areas of the country where commercialization was well developed, problems began to occur as we moved into the 1620s or 1630s because the flow of silver into the country began to decrease. The silver coming out of Japan dried up almost completely because the Japanese had put export controls on silver. They didn't want silver leaving their economy. And silver coming into China from the New World, from the Spanish mines in Latin America, also began to decrease. It didn't stop by any means. It continued to flow in, but the rate at which new silver was coming into the Chinese economy began to fall. And that meant, along with the Japanese situation, that as the economy was growing and expanding, that money became scarcer. And this, of course, led to various kinds of problems. The factional conflicts at the court in the 1620s were very brutal and very bloody, but they are brought to an end finally in 1628 when a new emperor comes to the throne and when the power of the last of the great evil eunuchs, as they're called, was broken. And the political infighting really comes to a close for the most part. It doesn't disappear entirely, but it ceases to be such a powerful block on the effectiveness of government action. And after 1628, the new emperor embarks on a process of reform, trying to get the dynasty back online. The problem is that it's really just too little too late. He does some good things, he makes some sincere efforts, but the problems that have begun to beset the empire are simply beyond his capacity to resolve with the kinds of resources that he has at his disposal. Through the 1630s, the situation, particularly in the Northwest, in what is now Shanxi province, just gets worse and worse. Large numbers of farming families are dispossessed, are just sort of wandering on the roads. And not surprisingly, as we've seen in earlier instances, they begin to organize themselves and be organized into rebel bands. Larger and larger bodies of armed men with really no vested interest in the stability of the present order begin to raid, to attack small towns and administrative centers to try to simply seize the livelihood that they need to break into government granaries, to get food, to raid government treasuries, to get money. And this pattern of rebellion needs to be addressed by the government by, of course, deploying troops. The problem is that the lack of revenue, the decline in tax revenues means that sometimes the troops don't get paid. Unpaid troops will sometimes defect to the other side. And the situation then, of course, simply continues to deteriorate. By the end of the 1630s, and as we move into the beginning of the 1640s, one individual emerges as the main leader of these rebel movements in northwest China, and this is a man named Li Zicheng. Now, Li Zicheng didn't have any particular political program, unlike the founding of the Ming Dynasty when Zhu Yuanzhang positions himself at the head of a great mystical peasant movement. It doesn't appear that there was a particularly well-developed spiritual or religious program in the 1630s. It was more simply a struggle for survival, a struggle by these groups to overthrow the existing authority and perhaps establish conditions or circumstances in which their particular livelihood would be better guaranteed. Li Zicheng leads a large peasant army to the north in the course of the early 1640s. There's a lot of fighting in northern Shanxi, and this is not far from the imperial capital at Beijing. Finally, in the spring of 1644, Li Zicheng is positioned to make an attack on the capital itself. He leads his forces towards the capital from the northwest, and finally, in April of 1644, is able to enter the capital and seize it and occupy it for himself. At this time, this is sort of the final tragic moment for the imperial court. The story is that on the morning when the rebels had seized the city, the last of the Ming emperors gets up in the palace and goes into his audience hall, only to find that all of his officials have fled. The court had departed overnight, but somehow no one had felt quite ready to tell the emperor this. So the emperor realizes that the situation is hopeless. He walks, which was unusual for emperors, out of the palace to the north and goes up a hill, what's called Coal Hill, which is an artificial hill built up out of the dirt that had been dredged from the moat surrounding the palace. He took with him a bit of silk, and when he reached near the top of the hill, he cut his finger, and wrote on this piece of silk the two characters which mean the Son of Heaven, the official sort of title or name for the emperor, the most convenient way to refer to the emperor. He then tied a sash around his neck and hanged himself from a tree on this hillside. And that brought the rule of the Ming Dynasty effectively to an end. Li Zicheng was in control of the city. The officials of the court and some princes of the imperial family were fleeing to the south. They made their way to Nanjing, which of course was the secondary capital of the dynasty. And they did hold out there for a while. There's efforts to proclaim a successor, but as we'll see, none of those will really work out. In Beijing, Li Zicheng proclaims a new dynasty of his own, with himself as the new emperor. And he begins to undertake the process of trying to establish himself in the palace. He puts up notices calling on officials of the former dynasty who are still in the capital to present themselves at his court, promises that they'll be pardoned, they won't be punished if they show up. And a few actually do, and he begins the process of trying to put a new governmental regime together. But this doesn't last long because the Manchus have not gone away, and nor have all the loyalists of the Ming Dynasty itself. Over at the eastern end of the Great Wall, at a place called Shanhaiguan, which means the pass between the mountains and the sea, the place where the wall comes down out of the mountains and runs right down to the coast, there's a great fortress. And it is at that fortress that the Manchus had been stopped in their efforts to come into China previously. Well, the commander of that fortress is a man named Wu Sangui. And Wu Sangui was a general in the Ming army and was a very good general. That's why he had been given responsibility for such an important position. And he had exercised that command quite effectively, keeping the Manchus on the outside of the wall and his Chinese forces on the inside. However, when Li Zicheng captures Beijing, Wu Sangui finds himself in a difficult situation. He, of course, is still a Chinese general and is charged with protecting the empire from the barbarians, the Manchus, the outsiders. But now his dynasty is in trouble. His emperor is dead. And of perhaps more direct concern to him, his mistress is in Beijing. And he is worried that she may perhaps be recruited into the harem of the new emperor, Li Zicheng, if he succeeds in establishing himself in power. And so Wu Sangui makes a very difficult choice. He negotiates with the leaders of the Manchus, and he works out an agreement with them, under the terms of which he will allow the Manchus to bring their army inside the Great Wall, in through the pass at Shanhaiguan. The Manchus and Wu Sangui's forces will then go to Beijing and overthrow Li Zicheng, drive the rebels out of the capital, and restore the Ming Dynasty. Well, the Manchus agree to this. Wu Sangui opens the gates, and together they go west to Beijing, where they do indeed drive Li Zicheng out of the capital and destroy his nascent effort at establishing a new dynasty. Having done this, however, and not surprisingly, I think, the Manchus announce that they are not, in fact, going to restore the Ming Dynasty and then withdraw and return outside the Great Wall, but that they are putting their Qing Dynasty in place in Beijing and seizing the capital for themselves. Wu Sangui, having achieved perhaps his real objective, which was getting Li Zicheng out of the capital and making sure that his particular interests were secure, and of course being something of a realist, accepts the reality of the Manchu conquest, and in fact becomes a general in the Manchu military. Now, having seized the capital was a very important step, of course, but there was a lot more to the Ming Dynasty, a lot more to the empire than the capital itself. The Manchus then had to set about establishing their rule over the rest of the empire, and this was not an easy or simple process. Most of the military campaigning that was involved in the conquest of China takes place over the next 2 years, between 1644 and 1646. And as in previous conquests, particularly if we look back at the example of the Mongol conquest in the 13th century, the greatest resistance to the Manchus came from the Jiangnan area, the area near the mouth of the Yangtze River, where the Yangtze comes out to the sea, which was the wealthiest area, the area where the greatest concentration of literati could be found, where the developed commercial economy, in conjunction with this very ancient traditions of Chinese culture and elite life, meant that perhaps a sense of I suppose we could say, patriotism, or at least a cultural resistance to barbarian invasion, was greatest. And so it was in the Jiangnan area that we see the most dramatic efforts to fight off the Manchu conquest. This has come to be symbolized perhaps most powerfully for the Chinese by the story of Yangzhou. Yangzhou is a city actually on the northern side of the Yangtze River along the Grand Canal, a great commercial city, a city famous for its painters, for its poets, for its luxurious lifestyle. The Manchus arrived to besiege the city in 1645. It put up a fierce resistance, much more than the Manchus had expected. And when finally the city was surrendered, the Manchus took a very savage vengeance upon it. For 10 days, there was basically the looting and killing of anyone that was found, any Chinese that were found in the city. And the massacre of Yangzhou became a symbol, on the one hand, a symbol for the Manchus, a message that they were sending to the Chinese, saying that if you resist, if you hold out too long and miss the opportunities to surrender, which we will extend to you, this is the fate which you can expect to suffer. On the other hand, it becomes a symbol to the Chinese of the barbarism of the conquerors and of the heroism of the Chinese who had resisted and had chosen death rather than surrender. So this becomes a motif which returns in later Chinese history, particularly at the end of the Qing dynasty. The legacy of Yangzhou is often invoked at the end of the dynasty as an appeal to Chinese patriotism and nationalism in the early 20th century. Well, the Ming court, which had fled from Beijing, even though the emperor had not managed to escape with it, settles in Nanjing. The Manchus arrive and besiege Nanjing. The court eventually flees from there. A series of princes are named as emperors. None of them remains as emperor very long. They're captured or killed one after another. By the end of the 1640s, most effective resistance to the Manchus has been brought to an end. A remnant of the court flees to the far southwest, and the last claimant to the imperial throne, the last sort of direct, legitimate successor to the title of emperor for the Ming, actually flees the country and goes into what is now Burma, and remains there as a kind of exile until 1660, by which time the Manchus are firmly in control of the southwest, and they negotiate an agreement with the Burmese rulers, under the terms of which the last of the Ming royal family is returned to China, turned over to the Manchus, given a very nice banquet, and then executed. And that brings the dynasty to pretty much an absolute end, although there are still some loyalist elements who hold out, particularly on the island of Taiwan. Taiwan at this time is in a very sort of peculiar circumstance, because it is part of China. It's technically part of Fujian province on the southeast coast, but it has become a focal point for activity by Westerners. In particular, the Portuguese and the Dutch have a presence on Taiwan, and they, in addition to these foreigners, there are what are called pirate groups, sea raiders that are based on Taiwan. Ming loyalists cross the straits and go to Taiwan and hold out there as well, without ever making much of a serious attempt to return to the mainland. But nonetheless, their presence is an irritant to the Manchus. It's not until 1683, though, that the last remnants of Ming loyalism over on Taiwan are finally suppressed. So it takes almost 40 years from the beginning of the conquest in 1644, with the Manchus' entry through Shanhai Guan, until the very last vestiges of Ming loyalist resistance are put to rest. But by the 1680s, the new dynasty is on a very firm footing. A new emperor is on the throne, and the Qing is about to settle into a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, not unlike the long age of the Middle Ming. After the turmoil of the founding and the usurpation of Zhu Di, the Ming Dynasty, as we've seen, settled into a fairly long period of stability, prosperity, and growth. And we see perhaps an even greater example of this in the story of the Qing Dynasty from the late 17th through the 18th century. And we'll take that story up in the next lecture. The Manchu people conquered China in the middle of the 17th century. They came across the Great Wall with the connivance of the Chinese general Wu Sangui in 1644, and after seizing the capital and fighting campaigns over the next couple of years in central China, they basically were in control of the empire. Certainly, by the time the last claimant to the Ming throne was executed in 1660, the dynasty was essentially secure. In 1661, the first emperor of the Qing dynasty, called the Shunzhi Emperor, died and was succeeded by one of his sons, who began a series of only 3 emperors who would preside over the empire for the next 135 years. The reigns of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong emperors cover the central part of the Qing dynasty, and in some ways, these 3 emperors represent the greatest achievements of not just the Qing dynasty, but Chinese civilization in general. The peace and prosperity and stability over which they presided was also a great age for culture and art and literature and many of the other things that we identify with the greatness of Chinese civilization. The Kangxi Emperor, when he comes to the throne, 1662 is the first year of his reign, comes to the throne as a boy. He was only about 8 years old when he succeeded, but he was chosen for some very particular reasons. He was not the oldest son of the Shunzhi Emperor, but he had already survived the disease of smallpox, and this was taken as a sign of his hardiness, of his fitness. And so he was chosen and accordingly made emperor, and at first was guided in his rule by a council of regents, members of the Manchu imperial family, headed by his uncle, a man named Oboi. And what's called the Oboi Regency is the first 5 or 6 years of Kangxi's reign. At the end of that time, in 1667, when he was still just a mid-teen, he decided to take power into his own hands and contrived to have his uncle Oboi set aside and had the regency disbanded, and from that point on, rules in his own right. He comes to power in his own right. He begins to exercise his authority directly at a time when apparently things were stabilizing and the dynasty was going to settle into its sort of normal course. But in the 1670s, he does face what is the most serious challenge to the power of the Qing dynasty, certainly since its establishment, and what will be the last serious challenge to it until the middle of the 19th century. What happens is that Wu Sangui, who we've talked about earlier, Wu Sangui was the Chinese general in command of the fortress along the Great Wall that was keeping the Manchus out, and it was his decision to try to ally with the Manchus to drive the peasant rebels led by Li Zicheng out of Beijing in the summer of 1644 that allowed the Manchus to come in and get the conquest really underway. He had been rewarded for his cooperation with the Manchus by being given a very large territory in southwestern China, essentially as his own sort of feudal domain. And a couple of other important Chinese generals who had cooperated with the Manchus had been similarly rewarded. They had held these now for some 30 years, but in the 1670s, perhaps in anticipation of generational change, would these territories be handed on to their heirs? The Manchus tried to recover direct control of this part of southwest China, and this triggered a rebellion, and Wu Songui becomes the leader of this rebellion. It's sometimes called the Rebellion of the Three Feudatories, because Wu and the other two generals rose up to defy the power of the dynasty. Other Chinese military forces in south and southwest China joined in with this rebellion, but not all of them, and not Chinese armies elsewhere. It took the Qing dynasty some 8 years to put down the rebellion of the Three Feudatories. It isn't finally completely suppressed until the early 1680s. But the success that the dynasty had in controlling it, containing it, and eventually putting it down was based on the loyalty which the vast majority of the Chinese army displayed towards the new dynasty. This was a very significant development because it showed that the Manchus, the Qing state, was not perceived as an alien body. It wasn't seen as something which needed to be resisted and done away with. Despite the fierceness with which the conquest had been resisted at the time, by the 1670s, the Manchus had managed to establish sufficient legitimacy, a sufficient sense of loyalty amongst the Chinese, that when Wu Songui led this great rebellion, the vast majority of the Chinese military remained loyal to the dynasty. The Manchus had achieved this largely because after the initial conquest, they had established conditions of peace within the empire and had allowed, for the most part, the Chinese to return to their normal livelihoods. They had not sought to transform China. They had not sought to excessively punish China. Certainly, they had imposed taxation and had imposed particularly heavy taxation on the Jiangnan area. And they had also, of course, established the requirement that Chinese men adopt the Manchu hairstyle, what's called the queue. The queue is a long braid worn down the back with the front half of the head shaved. This was the traditional Manchu hairstyle, and now Chinese men were required to adopt it on the penalty that if you didn't wear this particular hairstyle, you could be executed. So it was a very severe measure, but once a generation or so had passed, it was so widely accepted that it became part of almost of a sense of Chinese identity. And the community of interest between the Chinese population, the Chinese armies, and the Manchu dynasty, the Qing dynasty, was such that the loyalty of the troops remained in place, and the rebellion of the Three Feudatories was indeed suppressed. Once this challenge to the power of the Qing had been overcome, Kangxi was free to turn his attention to other concerns, and perhaps most important on his list was trying to win control over all of the Mongol tribes. Now, the Mongol peoples were scattered over a wide geographic area. Some Mongol groups, the Eastern Mongols, were quite close geographically to the homeland of the Manchus, and they had been closely allied with the Manchus and participated in the conquest of China, participated in the government of China. Manchus and Mongols had almost a partnership in rule over the Chinese. The Manchus were clearly the dominant group, but the Mongols played a very significant role as well. And these were primarily the Eastern Mongols. Western Mongol groups of Mongol tribes located further away from the Manchu homeland, had not joined in, had not come to share the same interests as the Manchus, and indeed some had moved quite far away to remove themselves, to be away from the turmoil in China and the ambitions of the Manchus. Some had gone as far as southern Russia. Kangxi begins to pursue a number of efforts to try to win these Mongol tribes back, to try to incorporate them into the Qing Empire. And the Qing Empire becomes, in a sense, a kind of multi-ethnic state. You have the Manchus as a conquering elite. You have, of course, the vast body of the Chinese people. But you also have other non-Chinese groups that are incorporated within the empire. The Mongols, most significantly, Tibetans as well, as we'll see, and this effort to bring Central Asian peoples, not just the Western Mongols, but Turkic peoples as well, into the fold was pursued by Kangxi and by his successors. He does not resolve this. Kangxi is not successful ultimately in either militarily defeating the Western Mongols or in diplomatically luring them back into participation in the Qing political order. But he does start this process in motion, and it will be carried on by his successors as well. He also is able to project Qing power into new geographic areas, not necessarily as far as will ultimately be the case, but he begins to create direct Qing administration in the far west in what is today still called Xinjiang, which is a Chinese term that means new frontier. And the far west of China becomes the new frontier of the Qing Empire, beginning under the reign of Kangxi. These external concerns, these sort of frontier or borderland concerns, are one aspect of Kangxi's rule. Another is his efforts to stabilize the fiscal basis for the dynasty. He undertakes in 1712 a great survey of the empire. And now we know that this process of surveying the empire, of trying to ascertain who owns land and what kind of land it is and what the taxes should be, this is a very important function of the imperial state. It is often done in conjunction with the founding of a dynasty. It sometimes is done later in the course of a dynasty to try to reform the fiscal system. We saw Zhang Zhuzheng's attempt to do this back in the 1570s. Now in 1712, the Kangxi emperor carries out this kind of a survey and fixes tax rates based upon it. But he adds kind of a new wrinkle, which is that he proclaims that the taxes based upon this survey of 1712 will remain in effect in perpetuity. They will always remain as they have been fixed under the survey of 1712. And this comes to be known as the Tax Edict of 1712. And it lays the foundation for some serious problems in the financing of the dynasty in later times. Well, in 1722, the Kangxi emperor died after being on the throne for 60 years, and he is succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Yongzheng emperor. Now, when Yongzheng comes to the throne, the circumstances of his succession are a little unusual. Indeed, some Chinese historians, some Chinese at the time, questioned the legitimacy of his succession. He was the 13th son of the Kangxi emperor, so he was far from at the head of the queue, head of the line, to become emperor. And yet, he is named in an edict which was purportedly written by the Kangxi emperor on his deathbed. This edict, however, was believed by some, if not most Chinese, to have been forged. The conduct of the Yongzheng emperor after coming to power was also a little tended to generate a certain amount of suspicion as well, because he had very bad relations with most of his other brothers, and he had almost all of them. There were only one or two with whom he seemed to get along very well. He had almost all his other brothers either imprisoned, exiled, or in some instances murdered. So, however he came to the throne, the perception was that it was not necessarily the most proper of successions. Nonetheless, the Yongjang Emperor turns out to be a pretty good emperor. He doesn't have a long reign, but he devotes himself during the years that he is on the throne to trying to improve the administration of the empire, to make it more efficient and more effective, and in some ways more compassionate, more benevolent. His biggest challenge, not surprisingly, has to do with the financial system. Already in the 1720s, the effects of the 1712 tax edict are beginning to be felt. The flow of income to the imperial treasury was not what Yongjang thought it should be. There were problems in the collection of taxes out in local communities. There were problems in the transmission of taxes to the capital. Taxes would basically be collected on a local level, forwarded up to a provincial level, consolidated there, and then shipped off to the court, to the capital in Beijing. Financing for local administration was then, in theory at least, to be returned from the imperial treasury to the provincial, and from the provincial to the local levels. Well, these various stages of transfer were fraught with the potential for corruption and problems of various kinds. One particular issue, given that taxes were being paid in silver, was that some people's taxes were paid in relatively small quantities of silver. These were often melted down to be consolidated into bars of silver, which could be transported more simply. And there were a number of fees and charges and surcharges that were added on to cover the meltage fees and the loss that might occur in consolidating these. So that there were various irregular duties, irregular taxes that were being imposed by local officials. These taxes tended not to become part of the official records, tended not to make their way to the capital. And so Yongjang was concerned about abuses of the system and about trying to improve the flow of income to the center, and to make sure that the court had the greatest degree of control over the tax system. So he tried to reform the system in ways which would eliminate some of the informal charges that were being imposed at the local level. And he did this by sending out officials from the court and sending out instructions from the court to local administrators. And he experimented with this in a couple of provinces in central China first, to ensure that money that was collected was properly recorded, money that was submitted to the imperial treasury was properly handled, and he allowed the officials to retain a portion of revenues directly in the locality so that they could finance local administration without having to have money go all the way to the capital and then make its way all the way back. In the test provinces in central China, where these policies were explored, they worked very well, and he was very pleased with them in the 1720s. But when he tried to apply them on an empire-wide basis, he ran into a lot of resistance. And the reason for this was basically that the provinces where he had experimented with these reforms in central China were neither the richest nor the poorest part of China, a sort of cross-section or middle range of economic and social life. When he attempted to apply these policies in the wealthier areas, particularly along the coast, he ran into a lot of resistance, again, from local elites and from local officials who really wanted to have the informal control over revenue flow rather than more direct control from the central government. And this is reminiscent of themes that we've seen earlier on: the resistance to Zhang Zhuzheng's reforms, the resistance to Wang Anshi's reforms back in the northern Song dynasty. It's a sort of classic pattern of conflict of interest within Chinese fiscal administration and within Chinese political culture in general. The Yongjang Emperor eventually becomes frustrated with his efforts to reform the financial system, and he abandons, in the early 1730s, his efforts to impose this new regime and sort of acquiesces in the informal charges that are being imposed in local contexts. So he's it's a frustrating story for him. He's obviously a very well-intentioned emperor, and he sets out to make these reforms, and he has some initial success, but is ultimately thwarted by the power of the local elites, the power of the literati in their capacity as both local officials and private economic interests. Other aspects of administration were more effectively reformed under the Yongjung Emperor. And in particular, he begins a process which comes to fuller development under his successor in the form of what comes to be called the Grand Council. In the Ming Dynasty, we talked about the functioning of the Grand Secretariat after 1380, when the first Ming Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, had abolished the position of chief minister and had assumed those functions for himself. Later in the Ming Dynasty, the Grand Secretariat emerges as sort of the principal center of political activity, of policy debate and policy formulation within the Ming government. The Grand Secretariat continues to exist in the Qing Dynasty, but it comes to be supplanted in its central political function by what we call the Grand Council, which was perhaps an even more informal body than the Grand Secretariat itself. As it begins under Yongjung and as it develops under his successor, excuse me, the Grand Council is almost entirely a deliberative and consultative body. It doesn't have so much of the administrative paperwork functions that the Grand Secretariat did. Those indeed remain lodged in the Grand Secretariat. And the Grand Council becomes more purely a policy debating forum. It doesn't have a fixed membership. Individuals are appointed to serve on the Grand Council. They serve at the pleasure of the emperor. Its size varies, sometimes as few as 3, sometimes as many as 8 or 9 members. But it becomes the most critical decision-making entity within the Chinese administration. And this has begun under Yongjung. Yongjung also was very concerned about the well-being of his subjects. He undertook some reforms to regularize or normalize the status of certain social groups who were considered to be sort of outcasts or pariah groups. He made a number of these kinds of efforts to moderate the conditions of difficulty under which certain elements in Chinese society live. Now, Yongjung, as I say, was not on the throne for a real long time. He reigns for 13 years. When he dies in 1735, he is succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Qianlong Emperor. Qianlong reigns from 1735 until 1795. He actually lives until 1799. He abdicates in 1795 in order that he will not serve on the throne longer than his grandfather, Kangxi, had. Kangxi reigned for 60 years. Qianlong reigns for 60 years. The reign of Qianlong is viewed by many historians, Chinese and Western, as sort of the high tide of the Qing dynasty. These 60 years were a period where the achievements of the early Qing, many of them come to fuller fruit. And Qianlong completes a number of the tasks, a number of the projects that his predecessors had gotten underway. He managed the government. He oversaw the economy in very pragmatic ways. He was a very hands-on administrator. He paid close attention to the details of many aspects of what was going on in the empire. He oversaw military affairs. He was very concerned with the tax system. He was eager to appoint and give power to competent officials, but he always made sure that he knew what they were doing, not necessarily to micromanage them, but simply to keep himself as well informed as possible about the workings of government administration. Under the Qianlong Emperor, Population continued to grow in China, reaching perhaps 400 million by the end of the 18th century. And China attained perhaps its greatest prosperity, certainly prior to the present day. It was a country, it was probably the richest country in the world, a country whose products, tea, silk, lacquerware, ceramics, other kinds of manufactured goods flowed all around the planet in a global market, which China came increasingly to form a very powerful component of. Some 25% of global economic production originated in China, and many of the goods that were produced there traveled or by land or by sea to the far corners of the earth. So the empire over which Qianlong presided was truly one of peace and prosperity, certainly in terms of China itself. Nonetheless, it was not a time when there was peace everywhere, and for Qianlong in particular, there were military campaigns that he was very interested in pursuing. He was able to complete, through these military campaigns and through diplomatic initiatives as well, the process of bringing all the Mongol tribes into the empire, the Western Mongols, sometimes called the Zhongars, finally, by the 1770s or so, submit to the authority of the Qing. They return to Chinese territory, or to Qing territory in the far west, and they pay their respects. They pay their sort of feudal duties to the Qianlong emperor, and he receives them in special ceremonial sites built to specifically to perform these functions. Qianlong pursues a policy, a very careful policy in dealing with defeated rivals, of paying them great honor and great respect. He gave them official titles. He often bestowed great wealth upon them. He was interested in expanding his empire. He was interested in establishing his control and domination. He was not interested in destroying and humiliating his enemies. He wanted to bring them into the empire, and then once he had them in the empire, he wanted them to be successful, prosperous participants in this great, all-encompassing sort of vision that that the Manchus had. He deepened the relationship between the Qing Empire and Tibet. Tibet had been closely linked to the Mongols, and through that link to the Mongols was incorporated into the Manchu Empire when it was first established in the 17th century. The Manchus had been deeply involved in the internal politics within Tibet. The conflicts between different factions within the religious leadership in Tibet was resolved under pressure from and perhaps with the assistance of the Manchus. And the Qianlong Emperor continues those policies of intervention and maintaining a strong Qing presence in Tibet all through his reign. Under the Qianlong Emperor, the borders of the empire reached their greatest extent. Everything that is today part of China, and much more, what is today the Republic of Mongolia, the maritime provinces of Russia, and certain territories in Central Asia that are now not part of China, were part of the empire under Qianlong. He really takes the empire to its greatest extent. By the end of his reign, by the middle of the 1790s, though, new problems, new challenges begin to emerge, many of which are a result of the long period of success that the dynasty has had. The growth of China's population had begun to push up against the ecological limits of Chinese territory. The amount of land which was available to sustain the population couldn't be expanded, and the intensity of its exploitation had limits that were based upon the very surplus of labor that was available for farming. Standards of living tended to stagnate in the latter part of the 18th century. The economy, which had grown so much, seems to have simply plateaued, seems to have reached a point beyond which, given the existing technologies and patterns of land tenure and relations of production, it couldn't continue to grow. At this same time, new pressures began to be placed on China from the outside world. In particular, the rise of a very aggressive and expansive system of state-sponsored capitalism in the West began to lead towards a conflict between the Atlantic-centered world and East Asia. We'll look at the background to that and bring the story up to the threshold of European-Chinese interaction in the next lecture. At the end of the 18th century, both China and the West were poised on the edge of a new era in world history. In China, the Qing Empire, which had been around for more than 150 years, had achieved great success, had expanded its territory, its population had grown, its economy had flourished, its culture was vibrant and dynamic, and yet it carried within itself the seeds of very serious problems having to do with the pressures of population on the ability of the land and the economy to sustain it, and having to do with the ability of the governmental machinery to deal with new changing circumstances and challenges that might arise. In the West, the end of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century, is a period where trends and developments that had been taking place, again, both in the economic realm and in cultural and political life, were about to usher in a new age of expansion, of the projection of power, both in terms of trade and commerce, and in terms of military and political domination. What I want to do in this lecture is to kind of step back from the immediate narrative that we've been following and look over a long view of the relationship between Europe and East Asia, China in particular, and how that developed, how it evolved, and what the particular circumstances are that bring us up to this great threshold at the end of the 18th century. East Asia and the Mediterranean world, which might be a good way to think about Europe to begin with, have had a long history of trade and contact. We know that overland exchanges and maritime trade goes back at least to the time of the Roman Empire in the West, and probably long before that as well. But certainly by the time of Rome, Western products showing up in China, and Chinese products showing up in the Mediterranean realm. Roman glassware in particular has been found in tombs dating from the Han period in China. Chinese silk was traded in the markets of Rome. It's been found in the graves, particularly of the wives of Roman senators. Chinese records, the written historical documents of the Han and other early times, mention representatives from a place called Rum arriving at Chang'an, the great imperial capital. These may not have been representatives of the Roman government, but were more likely traders, and perhaps were even intermediaries who were simply bringing Roman products, Roman commodities to China. But nonetheless, it indicates that the Chinese were aware of the existence of the Mediterranean world, were aware of other great states, other great empires located far away, but nonetheless with whom they were in these long-term exchange relations. During the age of Islamic expansion, when we get down to the 7th century, the linkages that had been established between the West and East Asia were certainly disrupted Christian Europe was isolated, was cut off from much of the rest of the Eurasian landmass by the movement of Islamic armies out of the Arabian Peninsula into the Middle East, into Persia, across North Africa. This resulted not in a complete rupture of trade, but certainly in breaks in other kinds of communication links. Commodities, goods, material things continued to travel, but knowledge, information seems not to have been carried along to quite the extent, perhaps, that it had been earlier. Goods from East Asia, particularly China, were still traded overland along what we call the Silk Road through Central Asia and down through Persia and into the Eastern Mediterranean. And maritime networks stretching from the Pacific through Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, continued certainly to function quite dynamically. Arab traders from the Persian Gulf, from the Red Sea, began to go from the Middle East across the Indian Ocean, around Southeast Asia, and began arriving in increasing numbers on the South China coast in the 7th century, bringing with them their new religion, the teachings of Islam, and indeed a mosque is founded in Guangzhou, the great southern trading port, sometimes known as Canton, around 670, not long after the great age of Islamic expansion had begun. In Chang'an, now known as Xi'an, a great mosque also was established, this to serve communities of Arab traders coming overland across the Central Asian routes, also late in the 7th century. These outposts of Islam, these termini for the maritime and overland trading routes, remind us that while trade continued, it was perhaps in somewhat different hands. The Arab traders now came to control and participate in the commercial exchanges, both overland and on sea, bringing goods and of various types from China, from Southeast Asia, all the way to the frontier with Christendom at the end of the Mediterranean, at the eastern end of the Mediterranean. From there, these goods tended to cross over into the hands of the Venetians, who dominated the commercial trade of the eastern Mediterranean in terms of bringing goods from the markets of Damascus or Alexandria or Aleppo into the Western European economy. Now, as we've noted earlier, during the age of the Mongol conquests, when Mongol armies spread out from Central Asia and extended their power over Persia and over other parts of the Middle East and into Russia, China, Central Asia, all under the control of the Mongol people, this created conditions which allowed travelers, merchants, to cross the Eurasian landmass in greater security than had previously been possible, particularly during the age of disruption and the tensions and frictions between Islam and Christianity in the West. Representatives of the church, particularly the Catholic Church, made their way across the trade routes and brought back accounts of China. And traders like the Polo family that we've talked about earlier, Marco Polo, his father and uncle, made journeys across from the Mediterranean to China, to East Asia, not in great numbers, but at least in sufficient numbers so that their economic impact was noticeable, and that some individuals like Marco Polo left written records of these journeys and these cultural encounters. So the Mongol age was one in which communication resumed to a somewhat greater degree, while the flow of goods continued. There were even, of course, brief hopes during the Mongol period for some sort of Christian-Mongol alliance against Islam. The myths about Prester John, the supposed Christian ruler of a kingdom in Central Asia, fueled a lot of interest in Western Europe in what was going on with the Mongols and what was going on at the other end of their empire. These didn't prove to be particularly substantive. The alliance between Mongols and Christians against the Muslims never really materialized, and history went on its way in the Middle East without this this connection really amounting to much. Nonetheless, the information that began to arrive in the West about China, particularly through narratives such as that of Marco Polo, sparked new interest in the wealth and the power that was out there, far away, as a lure to adventurers and profit seekers around the Mediterranean and in Western Europe. By the 15th century, although the age of Mongol domination had passed away, Westerners had a better sense of what was going on in East Asia, but they wanted to find ways to learn more and to get better access. The Portuguese, in particular, come to play a very significant role in this process. Now, the Portuguese, of course, are positioned at the far west of Europe. They're outside the Mediterranean, facing out on the Atlantic. They were not in a position to be particularly competitive with the Venetians. The Venetians controlled much of the trade in spices that came in from Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, up through the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, and then into the Mediterranean zone, where the Venetians profited greatly from this. But for a variety of reasons, the Portuguese decided that they would like to perhaps make an end run around the dominance of the Venetians in this trade and seek a more direct access to the sources of wealth in the Far East without dealing with middlemen. The problem, of course, was that they had to deal with Africa. Africa, they didn't really know how big it was. They didn't know how to get around it. They didn't know if it was possible to get around it. And so they began in the 15th century a very systematic process of exploration, going down the African coast, charting the coastline, charting the waters as they went, and then returning to Portugal to report on what they had learned, to add more information to a growing database, and then to launch new expeditions that would go a bit further and gain a bit more knowledge and bring that back. There was a lot of excitement in the mid-century when they finally made their way around the great western extension of Africa and thought that they could head east, but of course they then ran into the southern extension of Africa, and that led to further decades of exploration. Finally, in the 1490s, they make it around the southern Cape of Africa and into the Indian Ocean. And by the mid-90s, managed to get to the west coast of India. That results in the Portuguese having now direct access to the trading systems of Asia, of the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia, and beyond. What they found, however, was that they could not simply arrive on the scene and take over. They weren't strong enough, they weren't powerful enough to assert dominance over the existing trading system. In 1511, they attacked and seized the port of Malacca, which is down on the Malay Peninsula, one of the key trading centers in Southeast Asia. They hoped that this perhaps would put them into a dominant position. But again, they found that even control of this very crucial entrepot was not sufficient to give them the kind of control that they hoped for. They seem to have thought, in perhaps a somewhat arrogant way, that that simply arriving on the scene would be sufficient for them to assert the superiority of themselves, of the West, of Christian civilization over the Asians. But that proved not to be the case. Instead, what they realized eventually, certainly as we move on into the 16th century, was that there was tremendous wealth to be made, not by taking over and dominating the spice trade from Southeast Asia all the way back to Europe, but by participating in the local trading networks of the Indian Ocean, of Southeast Asia, and of East Asia, what comes to be called the country trade. And within these local trading networks, they began to carry cargoes, to establish a presence in ports all over the region, and to do most of their economic activity within the local context, going back to Europe only occasionally, and even then making most of their money not from the transportation of goods over these very, very long distances, but from the shorter trading excursions that they made within Asia. The Spanish followed suit. The Dutch and the English, beginning around 1600, also established trading companies to manage their affairs in Asia, and became part of this same process, not of establishing dominance, but of becoming participants in a trading network, a trading system, which was so extensive and so lucrative and so wealthy that there was enough for all of them to find profitable roles within it. Through the 17th and into the 18th centuries, Europeans established a place for themselves within the existing Asian trading networks. But they remained merely one group out of many participants in this larger system. Rivalries between the European powers further weakened their positions in Asia. The Spanish and the Portuguese, the English and the Dutch, the Northern Europeans versus the Southern Europeans, the Protestants versus the Catholics. A variety of divisions and rivalries served to undermine whatever coherence they might have had. There was not a single European presence, but rather each of them acted on their own and often in conflict with one another. So that perhaps further prevented them from achieving any kind of true domination. The Dutch eventually came to focus their economic activity on the islands of Southeast Asia, what is today the country of Indonesia, and in Japan. The Dutch were able, indeed, when Japan sought to close itself off, to restrict trade with outsiders, trade with foreigners. The Dutch managed to be the only foreigners, the only Westerners, who were allowed to trade regularly. Twice a year they could send ships to Nagasaki, but all other Western traders were banned from Japan. The Spanish, of course, established their position in the Philippines, and after 1571, when they took over Manila, that became a very, very lucrative center of trade for them. We've talked already about the role of Manila as the western terminus of what are called the Manila galleons, the great ships that sailed from Acapulco in Mexico across the Pacific, bringing silver from the Spanish mines in Mexico and Latin America, and Chinese traders who came from the Southeast China coast over to Manila absorbed much of this silver and transported it back to China to pay for all the commodities, all the various goods that were sold to the Spanish. The Spanish would then transport these things back across the Pacific to Mexico. Some of them stayed there. Some of them eventually made their way across the Atlantic back to Europe. The Portuguese, who had, who had been the first to seek out a presence in Southeast Asia, maintained some role there. They had trading positions on the west coast of India, and of course in the 1530s established a small enclave at Macau on the south coast of China, which remained in Portuguese hands until 1999. But they devoted much of their attention to Africa and to Brazil, and so did not become as significant a factor in the European presence in East Asia as they might have been. While the Dutch and the Spanish and the Portuguese were interested in their various particular localities, the British, of course, became very much involved in India. All the Western powers continued to see China as the greatest prize of all, but one which it was very difficult for them to gain access to. They saw it as a tremendous potential market, a place where they could sell goods to a vast number of potential consumers, and of course, more realistically, perhaps, they saw it as the source of high quality manufactured goods. These were what were in great demand back in Europe and in other places: the ceramics, the tea, the lacquerware, other kinds of silks and textiles that were higher in quality and better in price than what was available in Europe. At the end of the 18th century, as we get back to our threshold, we've talked about the situation in China and some of the problems that were beginning to emerge there towards the end of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor. But in Europe at this time, in the West at this time, things were also moving through a period of great change. And it's really two principal areas that I want to look at with regard to this. The first should be familiar to most of us already, is the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, which takes place certainly first and foremost in Britain, creates new conditions for the production of goods. The conditions that led to the Industrial Revolution, the technological circumstances, the economic factors, the nature of commodity production, the kind of market economy that the Industrial Revolution grows out of. Many of these factors were also present in China, certainly in the Jiangnan area, the very wealthiest and most commercialized part of China. To a certain extent, also in parts of India, particularly in the Bengal region of India, where rather similar economic developments had been taking place. Nonetheless, it is in England that we see the Industrial Revolution actually taking place. There's a lot of debate about this, a lot of discussion about how this came to pass. Certainly, part of it was the proximity that British early industrial manufacturers had to sources of energy, in particular coal, the existence of easily accessible coal reserves in close geographic proximity to centers of industrial activity meant that factories could grow and function more economically than in places where coal supplies and textile production, for example, were separated by long distances, which was certainly the case in China. The English also were very good at appropriating technologies, at seeing how an existing technology functioning on the basis of human labor power could be adapted to the use of steam power, of energy produced using coal. And in particular, they were able to adapt the textile weaving technology that they found in Bengal as they began to establish a greater presence in India. And by combining some of these large-scale loom technologies from India with steam power produced in England, we're able to dramatically transform textile production and launch really the sort of cutting-edge industry of the Industrial Revolution. Well, the material aspect of the Industrial Revolution is one dimension. The expansion of the capacity to produce goods, the reduction in the costs of production that mechanization and large-scale manufacture yielded. Changes in the technology, not just of producing goods, but of distributing them. Changes in transportation technology, the building of railroads in the 19th century, different kinds of power, technological innovations in shipbuilding and in the powering of ships, leading to faster transport in maritime communication, other kinds of technological innovations associated with the Industrial Revolution, some of which didn't really get put in place until later on in the 19th century, but all as a package, this material dimension of the Industrial Revolution creates a whole new platform for the production of wealth and the dissemination of those products into a global market. It changes the role that Europe had within the larger global system from one of essentially consuming manufactured goods produced elsewhere to producing cheap manufactured goods, which they then needed to market elsewhere. In conjunction with this material dimension, though, and certainly playing a very, very powerful role in this overall process, is the rise of a new ideology in the West. And this is the ideas that we associate perhaps most classically with the work of Adam Smith. It was in 1776 that he published his book, The Wealth of Nations. And in that, Smith argues that governments should basically refrain from intervention in the economy as much as possible and allow markets to function freely. Now, this was quite a transformation, quite a change. The dominant mode of economic activity, if you will, certainly in terms of large-scale international activities, had been what's called mercantilism. Mercantilism was essentially state-sponsored capitalism. If we look particularly at the question of the relationship between Europe and Asia, we can see a couple of classic mercantilist enterprises in the Dutch and English East India companies. These were royally chartered companies formed within just a couple of years of each other, around 1600 to 1603. And they had managed the trade between either Holland or England and the Far East. The English East India Company had come to concentrate its activities more and more in India, while the Dutch East India Company had concentrated its activities more and more in the islands of Southeast Asia. But they were very comparable in terms of their sort of organization and their animating principle. For Adam Smith, this was not the way to go. This was not the most effective way to promote trade and commerce. Now, of course, writing in 1776, the Industrial Revolution was barely getting underway. He was not really talking about the kind of industrial capitalist enterprise which becomes characteristic of the 19th century. And yet, the ideas of free trade which Smith enunciates really become most effective when they are placed in conjunction with the growth in the material capacity for production that the Industrial Revolution brings about. And so at the beginning of the 19th century, what we find in the West, and most particularly in England, is a very potent combination of a developing industrial economy capable of producing goods in large quantities at relatively low prices, needing access both to raw materials and to markets for those manufactured goods, and possessing in conjunction with that capacity an ideology of free trade, which argues that markets everywhere should be open to everyone, and that the British, as international traders, should be able to go where they wish and deal with whomever they wish on terms basically of equality and open access. This is a very, very powerful ideology that that challenges the existing dominance of the great trading companies and suggests that if the state is involved at all, it should be involved solely to the degree of creating those conditions which allow private economic interests to maximize themselves. Well, the British were trading with China already, but they wanted to trade more. They wanted to trade more with everyone. At the end of the 18th century, and as they moved into the beginning of the 19th century, they were looking for a way to break in, if you will, to the Chinese market. They had been buying things from China for a long time. And this was the basic economic relationship between China and the West for centuries, that the Chinese had things, the Westerners came and bought them, and they bought them using silver. Silver flowed into China steadily over the centuries from the 16th century down to the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th century. The British needed some way to change that, to break that established pattern, to overcome that existing relationship. At the beginning of the 19th century, they found a way to do so, and we'll see how that story unfolds in the next lecture. We come now really to the great turning point in modern Chinese history and in some ways in world history that the beginning of the 19th century represents. From this point until really very recent times now, the story of Chinese history that we've been following goes on to a rather negative decline, a rather negative trajectory. Problems arise, have been building up both within China and coming to China from outside. And it is at the beginning of the 19th century that we really begin to see these manifest themselves in much more serious ways. The end of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor in the mid-1790s is a good marker. It's a convenient, historically, sort of line of delineation, demarcation, where we can see that the very successes that the dynasty had achieved have begun to bear negative fruits. Population growth, which was, of course, a sign of the prosperity and the stability and the peace of the Qing Empire, which had been quite rapid, brought up to about 400 million people by the beginning of the 19th century, has started to push against available resources. The food supply, the land available for cultivation, simply reaches a point that it can't yield much more, given the existing technologies and forms of cultivation and organization. The elites, whether they were the traditional elite of merchants, of literati, or the new elites of merchants, were very conservative, very concerned with protecting their wealth, their economic interests. We've seen, particularly for the literati, how repeatedly in the late imperial era of